I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you for joining us. I have a few announcements, and the town manager has a couple also. This Saturday, the Recycle Committee has a Earth Day event at the Recycle Center between 9 and 12. They're going to be handing out canvas bags, some sapling trees. They also will have compost bins and demonstration on kitchen buckets. If you'd like to go down there, they'd enjoy having you. Also, between 12 and 3, the Recycling Commission is working in conjunction with Allied Waste and the Glenbrook Middle School for a fundraiser, in which they'll be doing paper shredding and also electronic event where you can recycle your electronics down there. And those should be, again, 12 to 3 at Glenbrook parking lot. And Stephen, you had a couple announcements also?
One announcement. The town received, in fact, I just signed the agreement today, reimbursement for $1.5 million in cleanup costs associated with the October 2011 snowstorm from the Federal Highway Administration in partnership with Mass DOT. So it was a reimbursement that we had been seeking for quite some time, obviously, and I want to commend the CFO, Paul Pasterzik, and Fire Chief Eric Madison, who were dogged in their pursuit of these funds, and it certainly is a welcome infusion of cash for the reimbursement.
And how much does that leave us with a final total?
Between $500,000 and $600,000 remaining from that we are pursuing from Federal Highway Administration. Overall, I think we've been reimbursed better than 80% of our costs for that event. That storm.
Because we received money from FEMA and we also received some money from the state?
Correct.
Okay. All right, so we're still about 550 or 600
From
from,
500 or 600 that's in question, that they're still auditing per se, and hopefully they'll have that resolved within the next 4 or 5 weeks.
oh, okay. Thank you. And there was one other announcement in regards to there's supposed to be a liquor license hearing today. It was scheduled and advertised to take place tonight for the White Hut Kitchen located at 791 William Street. That has been postponed to a later date to be determined. So if you're here for that, it will not be occurring tonight. So until we get a full table of select board members, they couldn't arrive this early. We were going to start with the audit committee. They have a presentation on some of the work that they've done. So would you please come to the microphone and introduce yourselves, and I will move out of the way.
Good evening. I'm Glenn Rosenberg.
My name is Jeffrey Klotz.
We're from the Audit Committee, and we've got a presentation here tonight, but before we get into that presentation, I want to read to you a narrative entitled Report of Audit Committee to the Select Board concerning audited financial statements for the fiscal year ended June 30th, 2013. This report is dated April 7th, 2014. The public accounting firm of Scanlon and Associates has completed the annual audit of the town's financial records for the fiscal year ended June 30th, 2013. The auditors gave an unqualified report concluding that, in their opinion, the information is fairly stated in all material respects in relation to the financial statements as a whole. Over the past several months, the Audit Committee met 5 times with Daniel Haynes, the partner in charge of the audit. These dates were November 26, 2013, December 17, 2013, January 21, 2014, February 10, 2014, and February 24, 2014. Paul Pasterzik, the town's finance director, was also present at each meeting. These meetings included review and discussion of the audited financial statements, as well as the management letter detailing outstanding matters. The Audit Committee recommends the Select Board's acceptance of the audited financial statements and the management letter. Thank you.
And on to the show. Contrary to years past, we've decided to inculcate a new way of doing this. And we're going to have a slideshow that's part audit committee and part town auditor, so that the audit committee plays a bigger role in presenting the information. Additionally, instead of it being a person standing in front of the select board spouting numbers and facts, we've added a very modest slideshow. So for whatever reason, we're having technical, there we go, okay. So the FY 2015 through 17 audit procurement has started. We're under contract currently with Scanlon and Associates to go through the end of fiscal year 2015. Before we talk about that, we had an emergency meeting with 48 hours notice this past Friday to discuss in public a unplanned event. The codified and approved enabling action for the current audit names specifically Dan Haynes as the senior partner. Due to personal reasons, he has to step back from that role. So we had a meeting where we voted to strike that language, and we need to present that information to the select board so that they can ratify our opinion.
At this point, I have a very short narrative I'd like to read to the select board. The current contract with Scanlon and Associates was approved with the stipulation that Daniel Haynes would be the partner in charge of the annual audit. Previous contracts with Scanlon and Associates had involved Tom Scanlon Sr. and then Tom Scanlon Jr. as the partner in charge of the annual audit. This change in the current contract was to allow for a different partner of the firm with, quote, fresh eyes, unquote, to audit the town's records. The audit committee has recently learned that, for family reasons, Daniel Haynes will not remain a partner of the firm. Since there is only one more year remaining on this contract, the audit committee recommends that the audit for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2014, in other words, next year's audit, continue to be performed by Scanlon and Associates, with Tom Scanlon Jr. as the partner in charge of the annual audit.
So after the end of that fiscal year, we need to attain a new auditor. We need to do a procurement process for a new auditor. Scanlon and Associates is welcome to apply. There's no mar on their record, no blemish. They've audited the town for the last 20 years, though. We have a good working relationship with them. As Glenn said, sometimes fresh eyes are useful. We've modified our request for proposal to include an option to have, over the period of the contract term, the next auditor migrate the town's financial statements from just a financial statement to a Government Financial Officers Association comprehensive annual financial report, commonly known as CAFR. The bids will start on May 1st, the bids are due on May 1st, the bids will open May 1st, and the contract will be awarded on or before the end of June. The reason we're suggesting we have the option for the CAFR is that the town has started implementing some of the Government Finance Officers Association's other programs. The school committee won an award, and the town has commenced the multi-year budget process. CAFR has more required schedules, more required sections, and those sections enable the lay and the people with more general observations know upon an easy glance how the town's finances are doing. It's also used extensively by bond rating agencies and underwriters to assess investment risk of our government. It's a commonly known standard. The town, over the course of the past year, had a couple very good accomplishments. The first one was incorporation of, and this is where it gets a little bit technical, the Government Accounting Standards Board's GASB, Statement Number 45, which covers other post-employment benefits. All these slides have note and page so that somebody who wants to refer to the financial statements can open them and read them and get more specifics. I'd like our town's auditor, who's here, to speak about the OPEB, as it's known, implementation.
Go ahead, could we take one of the microphones?
Thank you, Glenn. OPEB, I know we had quite a lengthy discussion last year at the exit talking about OPEB. One of my favorite topics. No, it's really not. But OPEB, when we talked last year, we had talked about your full accrual financial statements and the fact that your net unrestricted position was still a positive in 2012. And I indicated at that time, due to the increase in OPEB, that number would become a negative. And it did. You have a negative unrestricted net asset figure in your full accrual financial statements. You're not alone. Most entities, pretty much every school district and most towns of this size have a negative figure in that number. OPEB is a liability that's, the numbers are computed by an actuary. We had the actuary here last year to answer questions. And what it does is it takes into account the cost, the actuarial cost of providing these other post-employment benefits to your retirees as they earn those benefits. So as your employees earn those benefits, the actuary conducts what we consider a liability. And every year, there's an annual required contribution. Currently, the town funds about 30%, or at least it was in 2013, about 30% of its annual OPEB cost. So the amount that the actuary computes, what your cost would be in that year, you're funding on a pay-as-you-go basis about 31% of that liability. That is pretty much standard within the industry, and obviously pay-as-you-go is you're paying for the retirement benefits for those people that are retired currently. We're not taking into account in what we're paying at pay-as-you-go for the individuals that are working that will accrue those benefits over time. The town has about $417,000 in an OPEB trust. So the town is putting money away for this future obligation. But it's not putting away the 70% of the OPEB cost. So you're not fully funding your ARC on a yearly basis. So that increase in the OPEB, about $2.4 million in 2013, drove the unrestricted net asset position to a deficit. And the reason for that is what you have a liability for which you do not have a corresponding asset. You have $417,000 in assets for an $8 million liability. this beautiful school that we're in this evening, you've bonded debt. So we have debt in those same statements, the full accrual statements, there's debt related to this building. But you have an asset. The other side of that is this building, which is a depreciable asset, which is on the books. Your asset, well, and the town's largest asset, is your ability to tax. So in the future, you will have to tax the residents, whether you continue to fund this pay-as-you-go or you fund some portion of this obligation. The money to pay for that liability is going to come from taxation. Unless the town of Long Meadow comes up with a new revenue stream. If you can do that, you would be one of the first. But your ability to tax is your largest asset, and that is what's going to fund these future obligations. So you don't have a corresponding asset to that liability, flows to the bottom line, and creates a negative. So I'll pass it back to Jeff.
So placing this big, huge liability on the books is actually an accomplishment, because it's incorporating into the financial statements one of the recommended standards by the Government Accounting Standards Boards. Additionally, the town implemented a Munis fixed asset inventory system, which has many benefits, including allowing for accurate accounting of capital inventory, both by asset type and allocation. It assists in complying with other standards of the Government Accounting Standard Boards. It provides internal controls, and it provides information which is critical to helping in the capital planning process. The town also accomplished refinancing school debt at a gain. The Blueberry Hill and Wolf Swamp school loans were refinanced, and commingled with that refinancing was over $500,000 worth of debt associated with drainage projects. Adding that $500,000 to the existing debt of the schools is now being financed at a cost less than that without the drainage projects. So that was a fortuitous taking of the current financial environment. A couple numbers for government-wide, the entire town. Town liabilities increased a smidge, 1.1 million, primarily due to the OPEB, which the town auditor, Dan Hayes, just spoke about. It was increased because we issued some debt. It was decreased because of payments to debt, and then some other smaller items ends up footing to that total. The town's overall net financial position increased from 2012 by 20.6%, assets less liabilities. That's a little misleading because there's debt that will come in. Is that correct?
There's additional debt that has been authorized that will come
Right.
into play.
So there's a timing issue that exaggerates that number. The unrestricted net position, the unrestricted net position is just under $1 million, has just under $1 million deficit balance. It's largely due to OPEB. And the OPEB obligation was $8.1 million. We spoke about OPEB, so we're going to skip over this slide and go into a discussion about major capital investments of the town. The town spent, of its capital investments, 93% on the high school, 6+% on everything else. The smallest of which was almost $29,000 on town hall restorations, comprising 0.09% of total capital investment.
Excuse me, do you want to take questions now, or Doing this or asking?
Why don't we go on the fly while it's relevant?
Can I just ask a quick question about that slide? Why are police vehicles capitalized? I thought they were expensed.
Capitalization of an asset, according to GAAP. When you purchase an asset that will have a useful life of more than 1 year, it is depreciable. I would say your police vehicles maybe a 3-year life. So therefore, it fits the threshold. I think your capitalization threshold may be $10,000.
Right.
They're greater than $10,000, they will last more than a year. By definition, they're a capital asset and they are to be depreciated.
Okay, thank you.
It's a good question, though.
Okay.
We have government-type activities and business-type activities. Business-type activities are those where there's a corresponding revenue generated to offset some of the expenses incurred. Of the business-type expenses, there was 1.7 million. 60% was sewer, 40% was water. And this chart puts the sewer and water combined in display next to what we pay for school. It's almost 3% on road and sidewalks, almost 3% on sewer, almost 2% on water, almost 90% on high school. And then we have some other things that we make capital improvements to. Greenwood Center, Bliss Park, Community House, and stores combined less than 1%. And the town fiber optic and various other school programs and the town hall combined less than 1%. So this kind of highlights where our capital investment goes. It's no secret. The school takes up a lot of what we do. This just presents that information in a bar chart. Same thing. What are we spending our money on in terms of capital assets? Essentially, the school. So that was business type activities and capital. This is government-wide financial analysis. The town's governmental fund balance decreased by 65%. This number is quite misleading in and of itself. The high school renovation fund has capital assets that are not reflected when you show this number in and of itself. If you isolate this out, the change in net fund balance was practically nothing year over year. So again, it's skewed by the school. Now, at the end of the fiscal year, everybody knows the town was nearing completion of the school. In fiscal year 13, the school's debt service payments were $2.8 million, which equates to a property tax effect of $1.40 per $1,000 of property assessment. Over the life of the current financing for the school, the interest expense on the school will come close to $25 million, just shy. Property tax revenue increase during the year was $2.7 million, primarily due to a 2.5 Prop 2.5 increase, and then interest, an increase in the high school debt service payments, which was authorized by the town residents. These two numbers together don't add up completely to the $2.7 million because you're dealing with a modified accrual basis of accounting, which 60 days worth of receipts are changed, and some people pay their taxes on time, some people don't. So you've got human behavior issues, a cutoff issue, but essentially the total increase in tax revenue is due to those two things. Just for information, the tax rate, now services are different in different towns, but the tax rate in Long Meadow is property tax rate is $23.15 versus these other towns which are considerably less. It is what it is. Our services, it can be argued, are higher. We provide some services that other towns do not. The largest increase in governmental fund expenditures was debt service. We're spending now and financing over time, and it's due to the high school. However, we did have some refinancing, which is going to save future interest of close to $1 million. We took advantage of the global economic interest rates. Education accounts for over 58% of the overall general fund expenditures in the last fiscal year. We had a benefit due to insurance and employee benefits resulting in a small gain from the town's health plans of $133,000. Now, of interest to many people is the stabilization fund because it's spendable on any municipal purpose upon town meeting approval. Operationally, it sits at $2.1 million, and for capital, which those prior charts represented, it's at $11,500. We have a storm damage fund receivable from the October 2011 snowstorm. That balance is $2.1 million. As of March 2014, it had not been collected. Paul?
Correct.
Still not collected?
We just signed paperwork. That money is expected very shortly, or 1.5 million of that is expected very shortly. The remaining is still under audit, and hopefully by the end of the fiscal year, everything should be cleared up.
Okay, hitting the town debt. Governmental activities excluding the high school, it's comprised of $5.3 million. The high school by itself, town debt, $43 million. The sewer debt is $4.2 million. The water debt is $2.9 million. Total town debt is $55 million. Just a graphical representation of the school debt and the other components of debt. Some brief, quick comments on free cash. Total free cash certified as of June 1st is $991,000. Town's average, these are just unrelated accounting highlights. The town's average single-family tax bill is about $7,500 a year, and the average assessment is $326,000. The town's debt rating is, per Moody's, is AA2. They cite these reasons: stable tax base with strong wealth levels, satisfactory financial position with near-term pressure, growing but manageable debt burden, a history of successful votes to exceed limits of Proposition 2.5. The town auditor has told us that in similar municipalities, they've never seen a higher score. So this means that we're doing well, and given our town's demographics, this is as good as it gets in reality. There are higher ratings, but our auditor has not seen a town receive one. If you're minded to go look at the financial statements, the basic financial statements are located on pages 18 through 31. The notes start on page 32. Taxation, the total amount of our taxation raised was $43.8 million. We have other supplementary schedules in the financial statements on pages 66 to 71. If you want to learn about these things, revenues, expenditures, changes in fund balances, schedule of real estate and personal property taxes, deferred property taxes, community preservation surcharge, schedule of motor vehicle excise taxes, and schedule of tax liens. We're not going to be discussing that information here. That's the last slide. If there are any questions, we'll do our best.
I have a question. You mentioned we couldn't get a better tax rating. And I thought there were some towns out there that actually did get better ratings. Is there anything we should be doing to try to get a better rating, or we should try to implement next
You're talking not
year?
about a tax rating?
No, I'm sorry, I'm Moody's rating, the Moody
The
bond
credit
rating.
risk. My understanding, Dan, is that your experience shows that they just don't give a higher rating.
In this economy, the demographics, the size of your town, your commercial base,
No.
I have never seen a town of this size have a higher rating than a AA2 in this economy.
So
So
there's
what could
nothing-
you do?
Yeah.
Reserves. I mean, you can't change your demographics, really. That's difficult to do. Very difficult to change your commercial base. Reserves, balancing your budget with existing revenues, funding OPEB. Those would all, be favorable as far as Moody's when they look at your town. But again, from what I see out there, this is the highest of and it's an excellent rating. I mean, but that is the highest of the ratings of a town this size of what I've seen.
Follow up on the stabilization fund, you said increase it. Is there something we should be aiming for, a percentage of the budget, or?
What they like to see is about 10%
Okay.
of your stabilization fund, 10% of your budgeted expenditures. That's just a benchmark that they've used in discussions that I've had in conference calls.
Okay, thank you. Any other?
Yeah, I just have some general questions about the overall audit. Is that something that go up? So under the financial highlights on page 10, it summarizes expenses for government activities, and I guess don't understand what we did. That what it shows is Public Works in 2012 was $15.1 million, but in 2013 is $4.2 million.
Storm. October snowstorm.
Thank you. Okay, so that went into Public Works. Thank you. Couple of other things. On the same document, page 44, and I just want to find it, that I didn't understand the statement here that said that the town had a deficit budget of $3.8 million using $1.9 million in free cash.
Correct. And the way to look at that, so every year your free cash is certified. Many towns use free cash for a capital purpose. A lot of towns move that or a portion of that money into their stabilization account. There are many different ways that towns use free cash. But free cash is not a revenue stream. It's kind of what's left over at the end. It's certified by the state, and it becomes an available fund from which you can appropriate. So when we say there's a deficit, you've used free cash, which isn't revenue. There's a reserve for debt that was originated from a premium, which you need to amortize over the life of the loan. You have debt exclusions, debt service fund reserves, which are immaterial. And then you have an encumbrance, which is prior year's budgetary items, which are carried over to the current year. Again, encumbrances are not a revenue stream. They're a reserve of fund balance. So that you have a $3.8 million deficit, but it's a deficit that is, you've used other funding sources which aren't revenue to balance that number.
So I guess I'm surprised that we used $1.9 million in free cash. That was,
You want me to itemize them for you? Because I have them in front of me.
yeah, just because
During fiscal year 2013, $653,000 was applied towards our portion of the October 2011 snowstorm.
Yeah.
125,000 was taken out of free cash to be applied for collective bargaining COLAs. 21,000 was replenishing the reserve fund for the finance committee.
Right.
250,000 was additionally appropriated for forestry expenditures. 110,000 was for Brookside drainage. $30,000 was applied for the furnishing of this room for LCTV. The 10-year measure and list, we had done an appropriation. As you may recall, we have to do that every 9 or 10 years. That was a $100,000 appropriation. $162,000 was actually transferred to the stabilization fund, and that counts as part of this $1.9 million. In May, we appropriated $17,000 as we were going over in our unemployment for FY13. We had a snow and ice deficit of $70,000. We had to pay off $110,000 in interest on the October snowstorm of the previous year, and we applied $300,000 for capital projects. So to me, it's somewhat misleading, but that's how the government accounting is. I mean, these were conscious decisions made by this board and the townspeople, and most of it actually went towards, our share or costs related to that snowstorm.
Well, also, Paul, I mean, I was just trying to write these down when you did them, but most of these are non-reoccurring
Right.
costs as well, so we use non-recurring money to go to non-recurring costs, so I guess I'm less troubled by
We had chosen,
the
we
explanation.
had
than I-
originally included a slide documenting this, and because of the nature of them being non-recurring and confusing, and when you segregate them all out into the minutia, not very material compared to some of the other aspects of the budget, we chose not to include a slide on this information. As I said, this is a large document, there are many sections, there's tons of information, and what you've highlighted on page 44, including the reserve for debt, the debt service for reserves, the debt exclusion, and the prior year's reserves for encumbrances, this is something that we chose not to highlight.
Yeah, I mean, I have no problem with that, it's just that in the I guess my concern was in the audit, that statement doesn't have the qualifying comments
Detail.
that says much of it was used for non-recurring.
Right, it is high level, and we chose not to leave in it.
And one of the good, the good schedules, if you want to refer back to, on page 25, there's a statement of revenues and expenditures on a budgetary basis, and you will see in the middle column under your final budget, you will see that $3.8 million reflected there. But on that
Mhm.
page, you also see what your budgeted revenues are, what your budgeted expenditures are.
Right,
And-
and it doesn't show that. Thank you. The other question I have is there a schedule? Page 48 talks about departmental allowances for bad debts, but is there a schedule of those that I just didn't see?
Those are, we prepare those on the audit with the help of the tax collector. And what we look at there is, what are the collectability of your receivables? If you look at your property taxes, which is, one of your larger receivables, they're 100% collectible. You have a leaning process. You can, go forward with those, and those will eventually become revenue.
But this is departmental expenses, like
Right. The departmental or ambulance.
over extra duty,
Yeah,
ambulance fees.
It's
police-
ambulance receivables, which,
Is it all, because some of it used to be police extra duty, that I know.
very, very small
Okay.
amount maybe that, but the bulk of that is your ambulance receivables, which I actually audit an ambulance company, that's all they do. And you actually collect probably less than 50% of what you bill on an ambulance call. Some of that is insurance, Medicare. In order to receive Medicare payments, you have to agree to only accept the amount that they're going to pay you, which is less than 50% of what you bill. So that's why that number is such a large number. The gross amount of the receivable is on the left. You're not going to collect what we estimate to be about
Just for clarification,
$125,000.
the total receivable was not in the tens of millions, not in the millions, not $500,000, but $350,000. And experience has shown that if you collect half of that, you're doing well. And we're collecting far greater than half of that.
I guess my only response or comment would be that, for example, if it was, ambulance receivables and the difference is Medicare versus not Medicare, I mean, I would assume that we don't continue to hold that on the books. When somebody, as a receivable, we write it off when we find out it's a Medicare assignment and we're not going to get any more. These are
Correct.
things that we have not yet chosen, elected to, or been able to write off. Is
We-
that correct?
We actually have a billing company which helps us
Right.
in that, but there's a lag time between when a call is billed and when we actually write it off. So the company itself, they prepare dunning notices, but by the time they get to the point where they're writing it off, it's after the balance sheet date of June 30th. So what we've done is we've accelerated that back to the balance sheet date, knowing that of your current receivables, we're estimating that, this would be your allowance for uncollectible amounts based on those current calls.
Okay. I guess
You're dealing with 145,000 out of $7.1 million, which I'll just give you the percentage of what you're talking about. That's, sorry for doing this on the fly, I wasn't prepared for the question. It's less than 2% of your gross receipts. With all the in all due respect, in the global scheme and discussion of these financial analysis, financial presentation, this is spit.
Yeah, I get it, but one of the things we're always looking for is where's $145,000 on our budget is something that's what I just
No, I
want to
get it.
make sure.
The town votes for $50+ million worth of school debt and complains about $28 million on the town hall. I get your position. I'm just saying that we're taking a lot of time discussing very small numbers in terms of the overall presentation.
No.
Very, very small numbers.
I hear you. Okay. And I guess just in terms of the couple of things that in the management letter, there is and you're probably going to be getting to the management letter separately, I suspect, but this is the second year in a row where something has come up on what I'll call the school accounting side. So the question is, how have we formally communicated, this is being communicated to the select board as, if you will, the management of the operations of the town side? Is there equal correspondence or corresponding communication going to the school committee relative to
Which
the...
issue on the school? I mean, there are
This
multiple
was
issues on the school.
the receipts from my athletic...
Gate receipts?
Gate receipts. I know
Oh,
in
you
the
wanna
past
take that?
years, we had the lunch issues with the lunch receipts, and I'm not sure that the school committee knew about it. I know it's been handled, but I think at some point, the school committee, just as you're reporting to us for overseeing that part, our part, I would think that we ought to communicate to the school committee about findings in the school side.
You want to talk about the almost 100?
I've only communicated with Tom Mazza. I haven't communicated with any upper level management or the
Right.
school committee beyond that. I'm happy to send this to the chair, all, the financial statements and the report. I don't know if there's any other communication, though, that you really want to pinpoint.
Well, they certainly have the right to see that the audit does include the school department, and they have the right to see it, but the fact that there's some comments about, corrective action needed, and, they ought to see it just like we see the corrective action needed everywhere. This isn't an indictment, it's just a communications tool, I think.
To specify and speak to this in language that the committee has discussed this publicly in their meetings. And we are of the opinion that there was remiss oversight on the gate receipts of the school, of the athletic events. Working with the auditor, there have been recommendations made which should provide internal control such that there's not enough money laying around undeposited in the tens, 20s of thousands of dollars cash for more than a few days, more than a week in some cases. If these internal controls are followed, this should not occur again. The problem that the audit committee faces in making a bold assertion that this plan will work is that there is no link from where we have communication and purview in terms of discipline between the school and the work of the committee. The school does not have an HR oversight that controls what they do. They are, in essence, unsupervised. And they are over 50-something% of our budget. They are 90+% of our debt, of our capital. But we are doing the best we can in the current environment. That's
Jeff-
how it is.
Jeff, I appreciate your candor. Marie, this is a comment for another time, perhaps not during the audit, but I think it speaks to the issue that we've had going back, way back when the charter revision required the consolidation of finances on the town side. That has not happened. And I think we need to, this is certainly another example of our inability to respond in a more quick manner if we needed to, when the finances of the school side isn't under control of a single system.
Just specifying, when you say the consolidation, my understanding, and I'm not a lawyer, I don't have an opinion, but I believe there are two views on this issue. The first view is that the school system believes that a specific vote needs to occur to consolidate. And then there are those that say when the town charter was actually voted on, this was part of it, and that vote has occurred. That's a legal discussion, and I'm a CPA. So I'm not going to go any further than to state that there are conflicting views as to whether that consolidation has been voted on or has not been voted on. But regardless, what's happening today is the school system is running without a direct HR line to the town's finance director. The town's finance director is responsible for all the numbers, yet he does not have authority to control on an HR basis the actions of the school. That's where we are.
I think it's important, like Mark said, that we get that information to the school committee in regards to the letter, which we really haven't gone over the details, but anything that relates to school finances, I think it's important that we do send that.
I have spoke with Mr. Clark.
No,
He's
I would
well
like-
aware, we've traded communications on this issue.
We will send, we'll make sure your report gets directly sent to the school committee and follow up on that. Paul, you had a question?
Yeah, and I know our auditors caught that at that particular thing with the gate receipts. And my question, I'm really confused as to why this is an issue now, because I remember, and I see Mr. Borowski in the audience, he might have been on the finance committee with me when that was brought up at one point in time, and we were told that there specifically were systems in place where they actually had tickets with numbers on them, that the former athletic director, his words were that we start with the ticket, we drop off with a ticket, we start the next event with the ticket, and they were numbered, they were in sequence, and the deposits happened if it was a Friday night football game, for example, or a Thursday night or something basketball game, the deposits would happen the next business day. So I guess my question would be is, when did that change occur? And Paul, you were, I don't know if you were at that finance committee meeting, but there were very specific questions about the handling of the money back 8, 9, 10 years ago, and it seemed like there was a system in place, and I don't know where the breakdown is in that and why that happened, and quite frankly, I don't even know why it's an issue where the schools, I know you guys are doing your thing, and the schools are not reportable to you, but I just can't imagine that there's got to be some policy that we already have. We don't run the town side like that.
Yeah, I'll start it and then I'll let Paul take over. What we know as auditors, what we know about internal controls is that it's a process that is affected by people. Processes break down over time. You were absolutely correct. There was a procedure in place. That procedure was in place for years. The breakdown occurred in 2013. Some of the reason for that, if you remember, there was a lot of construction going on the fencing that were around the fields. Some of that was down for a period of time, which decreased the flow of revenue. Doesn't make up for the fact that we had undeposited funds. We stopped using the ticket system. But this is not something.
But I can tell you, I've been to the games. They didn't stop using tickets. Every time I went to a game, I bought a ticket and it was torn in half, and I received half. So
It was the accounting of the tickets.
Okay.
We used to have a system where I believe even the first and last ticket sold at the events for each gate was stapled to the ticket reconciliation form.
okay,
We stopped accounting for the tickets properly. The cash wasn't being deposited timely. But there was a breakdown in the system. But this isn't a breakdown that's occurred for the last 5 years. It happened in 2013. And you know, I expect this to be corrected in the fiscal year we're in. Do you want to add anything
Thank you.
to that, Paul?
Yeah, I can't give you the reason why it broke down. I mean, it did break down, it was discovered, and we immediately contacted the school business department with regards to that. They emphasized to the athletic director and to this principal at the high school, you know, the procedures in place that needed to be followed. I noticed today that there is a lacrosse game going on, and they are collecting tickets. Probably shouldn't say this too loud, but we'll see when that deposit gets in the bank, just to follow up on that. And the other part that was in it is the school business office was going to be putting together a schedule of when the stadium field was going to be used in order that they monitor it internally as far as those deposits are concerned. So they're already on alert. They already have a calendar generated in order to watch out for those things. So there are some things that were rectified. Unfortunately, it's after the fact when they already happened.
okay. And is it just for the football or the stadium rental, or is it when there's basketball games the same
It's
thing?
basically the stadium, which has, you know, lacrosse, field hockey, soccer, football, and then, you know, wherever there's gate receipts with the
Indoors as
gymnasium,
well.
which is basically the girls and boys basketball teams. I'm not aware of any other, you know, I don't think they charge for baseball or cross country or anything like that, so.
Not yet. Thank you.
I have a couple of questions going back to the general overview that you did. And you talked about we have the OPEB trust, but I heard that at one of the Maya conferences that it's really important to have a true trust. Are any of the other towns putting together a actual legal trust so that they can't be used in any other way, or do you feel our trust is sufficient?
Yeah. Towns have gone through the Brighton School District setting up what's called an irrevocable trust. So the funds you put into that trust can only be used for this purpose. We are seeing these on a more frequent basis than perhaps 5 years ago, when there were only a select few, town of Wellesley, Newton. There are a select few towns that had established these trusts, but we are seeing that. This is starting to come to the attention of Moody's. I'm not saying they're factoring OPEB and OPEB liability obligations into their rating, but they're starting to look at the obligation and whether towns or school districts have established that trust.
Okay. And then I just have a general question. A capital stabilization fund, with the one that you were talking about, which is 11,500. And how do we fund that? What is the policy?
You know, the only way that it's funded currently is by where a capital project doesn't fully expend what was allotted, that the monies revert to that fund. Historically, what we were doing is we were actually taking that 2% of our revenues, which is the policy that the board has, and we were actually putting into the stabilization fund first at the beginning of a fiscal year and not appropriating it until the following May. So it did have a high amount of money, but it was only there on a temporary basis. About 5 or 6 years ago, we said, why are we doing that? We'll take the money that we currently have, which, you know, might have been $1 million, and we'll appropriate the money in next year's allocation. And for 1 year, we had a windfall of 2 years' money. But that's how it was set up. And the only way that it's, like I said, being funded now is with excess appropriation money from capital projects that are completed.
And are other towns funding that in different ways or using, because I know that Richard and I had attended a lecture where they talked about building a capital stabilization fund for future projects.
You know, I'm sure that there are policies out there that says that the capital expenditures of a community are going to be X, but when the capital plan is written and it doesn't meet the X number, again, in our particular case, it's 2%, and we had 1.1 million towards capital. Well, if we only appropriated, 700,000, we would have put the extra 400,000 into the capital stabilization fund in that particular case. I've seen things like that happen where, again, they're not fully utilizing the allotment, they're putting it in there as a safe haven temporarily.
Free cash is often a source of funding for a capital stabilization account also.
Thank you.
Just one last thing. In the management letter, there was a paragraph about our Parks and Recreation Department revolving fund. And I guess this is as much for Paul Pasturzik as anybody else. I guess I had known that the revolving fund had, in the last year, had some issues, but I guess I hadn't understood that in the last 3 years it had been at the end of the year in a negative position for all 3 years. Are we seeing any trends? Because it doesn't, I mean, there's a lot of different things that feed that.
Yeah.
We tend to point to their daycare program, but is there anything else there that has significant impact on that, Paul?
Well, let me just say this. The trend right now, as you can see on page 10 of the management letter, it goes from nearly a $46,000 deficit at the end of 2012 down to a $22,000 deficit in a year. Right now, we are trending, we're about $9,000 ahead of the game through the end of March. So hopefully by year end, we'll be trending in that same direction where this deficit will be even lower. But anyway, there are a couple of programs that over the years have, let's say, not met up to their expectations when it comes to the financing. Their camps, their summer camps, sports camps was a big example, and their aquatics program were the biggest two probably over the last couple of years that just did not meet the expectations above and beyond the daycare. As far as, again, I say expectations, financial expectations.
Thanks.
Were you going to go through the management letter, or?
Those were the issues that we'd like to touch, essentially the school system and rec and parks. It's fun reading.
Sorry to steal your
No,
thunder.
it's fun reading.
So what would be the next step? I know your management letter put out some recommendations. Do you follow up to see how those go, or is that the job of the select board to follow up?
Also, what I sent out this afternoon was this audit correction report. This will be updated. I think the time frame, the next update is scheduled for May.
Okay.
After that, I believe it's in sometime during the summer, maybe July, and then in the fall again. So there will be updates periodically. This audit correction report is basically a summary of the management letter and all the findings and where we are. But there will be 2 updates concerning the FY13 management letter as we go through, as we proceed in the year.
I'm trying to avoid the appearance of piling on here, but it's going to come out that way anyway, so that's my disclaimer. But Paul, I have a lot of faith in that audit correction report, and we get, Glenn, from you guys, we get quarterly updates and how it's going. But I think one of the things that concerns me is that this comment that said, we had a breakdown in a system that we thought we fixed, and I'm just wondering if there isn't a system, or we ought not consider a mid-year or not just comment on the corrective actions, but also a mid-year, if you will, re-audit or recheck that the things that we think broke down, and in this case it'd be the ticket deposits and ticketing system, which you indicated we were going to look at today's, but if we shouldn't do something like that, rather than just through the audit corrector report saying, yeah, it's taken care of, to actually go back and make sure it's being taken care of.
Well, again, I mean, there are certain things that are already corrected on here and do not really require any follow-up, but again, I'll certainly follow through the end of the year on the gate receipts. And you go down number 2 is already taken care of. 3 I can follow up on. There's been nothing brought to my attention. It's just it's non-reoccurring entries that are somewhat complicated, that I just get more involved with those. So that will be an ongoing audit procedure as we go through the fiscal year. The revolving fund, quite honestly, monthly, Stephen gets a review of the reports by the recreation director. I get a copy of those. We go through those on a monthly basis. So there is an actual follow-up with that on I would say a near constant basis. Some of the other ones are ongoing. The monthly reconciliations of deputy collector ambulance receipts. Chapter 90, we follow up. We have the timetables that are established, not necessarily in this audit or management letter, but the one of 2012. We established 2 timeframes that we go through in our Chapter 90 reimbursements, that expenditures for the first from July 1st, December 31st are submitted for state reimbursement sometime in February, and that the expenditures then from January 1st through the end of the fiscal year are then, again, within a 6-week period, 6 to 8 week period are submitted. So we do follow up on those too, and, you know, we let Mike or Yim know that that has to be taken care of. So there is some follow-up, you know, maybe not the extensive look that you're hoping for, but we do follow up on those matters, and we will continue to do such.
And my last question, I guess, goes to Dan, because when Tom Scanlon Jr. was here once, we had an extensive discussion about writing of policies and procedure, you know, accounting policies and procedures, and I'm just wondering if we've ever been able, and at some point it was going to be done externally, I guess, right, Paul, that we were...
We've been knocking them out
Oh, okay, so-
periodically. I mean, again, we did one in June with the reserve policy that this board accepted.
Okay.
The Finance Committee is currently working on 2, one for capital and debt management. There are a couple that haven't made it to you because they're more internal. You know, one regarding the fixed assets. There was a comment in here that we kind of a policy procedure manual on how to get the munis fixed assets maintained and things of that nature. So we've knocked off a few. Not all of them have been brought to your attention because they're more of internal documents.
Okay, but you're making progress on them
Yeah.
at least, so, okay, thanks.
I know tonight you want 2 votes. One is to ratify the change in the contract. Were you looking for a vote from the select board on that? And then also acceptance of the
Report.
audit report
It would be good if we could get a vote on both.
on both.
Yeah, I'll move we accept the report of the audit committee.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed or abstained? Okay. And we're looking for a vote to ratify the change in the contract? To remove the name?
Changing the partners of the auditing firm, that's all.
Mm.
Same firm, just a different partner.
Yeah, I'll move we change the name partner in the current audit contract through fiscal year 2014.
Right.
Second.
Discussion? Paul?
Since I missed that part, obviously, there's a change in the partnership name.
Well, no, the auditing firm is remaining the same, but the current contract required Dan to be the managing partner. Dan is going to reduce his capacity within the firm and will no longer be a managing partner. So we're going back, you may recall Tom Scanlon Jr. We're going to just replace Dan's name with Tom Scanlon Jr.'s name. He'll do the managing partner for the final year of the contract.
Okay. The original contract didn't call for Scanlon and Associates, it
It
actually
also
called
Scanlon
for...
Associate, but it also called for Dan Haynes to be the managing partner.
Okay,
It was that specific.
thank you. I just wanted to, I didn't hear that part.
Any other discussion?
Nope.
No? All those in favor?
Aye. Is there a discount with Tom Jr.?
Thank you very much. I especially appreciated the breakdown that you did on the whiteboard presentation and the charting. Is there anything else that you would like the select board to do in the next year or so? Did you want to get back and come back at a certain time, or is there any action other than be sure to get this information out to the school committee also?
I think that would be good.
Okay. All right. Thank you again for,
If you could just indulge me for
oh,
just a
yes.
second, I just feel compelled. So I've been auditing for roughly 28 years. I probably look older than that. But I just want to say, this isn't a good town, this is a great town. And one of the things, and Mark, you pointed it out, you talked a little bit about follow-up on the management letter. It's one of the things that's always impressed me about this town, is that there is a lot of follow-up. Very often, the process should be, I write a management letter point, the next year it's fixed. It doesn't always work that way. But I'll tell you, it works here. The corrective action plan works. I just want to commend you, the control environment, the governing body, your town manager, for creating an effective control environment. That's why these things get fixed when they're brought to your attention. I want to thank the audit committee for adding value to the process. We've had some great discussions the last 2 years, some great dialogue. I've taken away more from that than I'm sure that I've been able to bring to the table to them, so I appreciate that. And lastly, I want to thank Paul for his professionalism. This is a very professional-run organization, and I think it's important that you know that as the governing body.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Marie, just before they leave, I ask this every year, and I'm going to ask Glenn again. Glenn, did you have a chance to talk to the auditors without the presence of anybody from the management team in terms of when you, to just discuss the audit with the auditors? You and
I
Jeff?
spoke to Dan today privately.
Yeah, okay, so there's an opportunity for them to speak to you.
Doors open, the phones are answered.
Yeah. They have his phone number.
Well, I understand they have his phone number. The question is, do they use it, or do they need to use it? Thank you.
Yeah, and I can tell you, I'm a pretty upfront guy. Yeah, I say the same things in front of Paul as I would say if Paul wasn't present. I'm
Okay.
just that type of person.
And thank you so much for your work with the town. We really
Thank you.
appreciate that.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Any other last minute questions for the, yes?
If I unplug this computer to get home to my babysitter, it's going to make static on everybody at home's TV.
Oh, that'd be pretty
Do you know
cool.
how to take
You
care of
got
that?
power.
Just, we can shut the thing off.
Oh, okay, so we first turn off the,
Yeah, there's
The
the white
remote.
remote, just hit the power button twice. No, the remote on the chalkboard.
the white
ledge.
remote behind you should take care of that. Thank you very much. There you go. Okay, well, we put the audit committee on first. We'll go back to resident comments. Is there any resident comment? Yeah?
That's right, Bruce. He's on the audit committee. I forgot about that.
Richard Elias, 608 Frank Smith Road. The presentation from the audit committee tonight couldn't have been more appropriate for my first comment that I'm going to make. Debt exclusion. It's a nice name, but it's an override. And I think at several of the town meetings I did tell the people that. It's for a specific purpose. But each year when we figure out what can we do 2.5% more, that's also included in that, and it builds on that. When the project is over, we never reduce the tax rate. And I understand that. It's almost an impossible thing to do. But what I would suggest, because of the problems the town has with the infrastructure, that once a project is paid for, the money that's going into the tax rate be used for the infrastructure of the town as a dedicated source for that income. Second, you were talking about setting up a system in the town so the residents could have, not have to use Verizon or the other things for their computer systems. And it was agreed, I believe, by the select board that the town does not want to run that. What I would suggest that you consider is approaching Long Meadow Community Television and seeing if they would be interested in the running of that system for us, for two reasons. First, they have basic expertise, and second, that money would not be going flying out of town to God only knows where. It would be used by Long Meadow Community TV to expand the services that they're doing a great job in providing for the town. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Okay, any select board comments?
I'd like to.
Paul?
I've asked this a few times in discussions and board discussions. I'd like to see the select board adopt a policy that lists all employee fiscal year salaries on our website from fiscal year to fiscal year, not by calendar year. I think part of this is, or my reasoning, and it's still the same, is that it offers transparency to people. They get to see what they're paying for, and the residents get to see what they're paying for. And I think it's important that when we talk about our budget, and there were raises this year in the category of 6 or 7% for some people, and I think it's important for residents to know where their money's going when they're paying for salaries, and I also think it's something that the select board should have in front of them them as well. But there's other communities that do list that. It's all public information. There's not anything that we're doing to violate anybody's privacy, and it should be a policy that we adopt to make sure our residents understand what's going on. We adopted the GFOA standard so people could have a better understanding of government with a clearer explanation. I don't think there's anything clearer than people understanding what's on the, what people are getting paid in town.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Just to follow up on Paul's comment, Paul, your proposal is to have the salaries by calendar year versus fiscal year?
No, fiscal year.
Right, that's what you want.
Correct. And what the answer you'll get, Alex, is that they're in the town annual report, and they're not. They are for some department heads, and they're based on calendar years. So you have if someone receives a decent raise in there, you don't necessarily see it, but also it doesn't list the departments. It only lists maybe the top people in the department, like it might list the police chief, and then it'll say all
Right.
others.
So you're saying it would almost be like a listing of every last employee and what their salary is?
That's what I'm talking about, yes. Sorry.
Any other comments? Okay. Moving on, we're going to skip the minutes now since we have, our town council is here for the issue on the warrant. Dave, could you sit where the microphone, and that way you'll be on camera too? Sure. Thank you.
Well, you might want to introduce this topic to
Yeah.
people who...
I'm not sure if we'll talk about other things, but you originally, there might be other issues that will be brought up tonight, but we were asked to bring you in today because of the issue in regards to the warrant.
Correct.
What happened was that I mentioned after that citizens could bring in petitions still, and Selectman Sentinel, Paul Sentinel, requested a written opinion. You gave the written opinion, and then there was questions in regards to what was in that opinion, and you sent a follow-up letter. And so I guess the question is, when is the last time that citizens are allowed to bring a citizen's petition? And that was the question that began all of this.
And that would be when the warrant is closed.
When the warrant is closed.
Correct.
Okay,
Now,
so-
as I said, I didn't realize on Thursday, March 20th, I guess it was, when I wrote that opinion, that on the previous Tuesday, you had voted to close the warrant.
Okay.
And based on my letter, the citizen's petition with respect to the fire truck was placed on the warrant, and the warrant was posted. And one of your questions to me was, is there anything that can be done about that now that the warrant has been posted? And the answer is no. And
Okay, so the first question that came to you was, when is the last time that citizens' petitions can come in?
Correct.
And you said when it was published,
When it
and
was up,
when
well,
it's-
up until the time that it was
that is
posted.
published.
Correct.
which is posted.
Posted is the
Posted.
word of art.
Can I
With
just
word-
ask a question? You were asked when the question was, when can a citizen's petition comes in? Prior to voting the warrant, we actually voted 3 weeks prior, or 2 weeks prior to close the warrant.
Okay.
So in past history, in my years on the Select Board, Finance Committee, School Committee, when the Select Board closes the warrant, there are no longer, we voted to close the warrant, in that there were no longer any other articles allowed for petition purposes.
Right.
In the history that I've been involved, is that we've always been told that when the Select Board closes the warrant, they can vote to reopen the warrant to add if there's something that we missed or
Correct.
whatever it is, capital item and so forth. But prior to us voting on the warrant,
Well, by voting on
Voting
the
on the
warrant,
warrant
you mean to
articles.
close the warrant with the articles that are in front of you at the time that you close it?
correct,
Okay.
including there was 2 citizens petitions
One.
on there.
I think there was one, and then the
Well, we
Fire
had the one
truck
for
was the
the
second
senior
one.
housing and
Oh, yeah,
fluoridation.
I'm sorry, yeah.
So those were on there, and then the other ones that the Select Board had with regards to the budget and capital and so forth were on there. And the time that we had closed those, and then it was up for discussion about the articles of funding and that type of thing. And then, so from the time that we voted, okay, the warrant's closed, is that what you mean, that the warrant's closed, you can't do it? Or then 2 weeks later, we had, the
No,
budget discussion?
If you voted to close the warrant, in other words, the articles that are on that warrant at the time that you vote to close it, those are the articles that are going to appear on the warrant that gets posted.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Then I'm
No.
confused, because I just asked you now, when is the last time a citizen can bring in a petition?
Up to the time that the warrant is closed.
Not up to the time of posting?
Correct.
Because that was what we received
Yes.
with information.
Well,
So
what I said
relying-
was that
Yeah.
since the warrant hadn't yet been posted, I said you could entertain the petition article. And that turned out to be incorrect because I didn't realize on Wednesday you had, I didn't realize you had voted to close the warrant on Tuesday.
Right.
Okay. Richard?
Yeah, it says warrant articles, Richard Foster, because I guess the history is I started out by sending Dave some correspondence in reference to this issue, and I did not share it with the board at that time. I shared it strictly with Attorney Martell. And he did then respond back to the entire board based on that. And subsequently, I've done a significant amount more research. I'd like to pass out what I have discovered, and I would like to read into the record what I've discovered for discussion purposes.
How do we confuse one with the other? How did they even get here? How is this freaking possible? We do this every year. Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Richard.
May I have the floor to read this into the record?
Yes, you may say anything you want.
Okay, thank you. This is Long Meadow Select Board meeting, April 7th, 2014. I said this evening as a board, by the way, I've just passed out this text to each member in the room, including the recording secretary. This evening as a board, we must confront several important questions. Number one, did the members of the board seek to circumvent the authority of the board to close the town meeting warrant? Number two, did members of the board unilaterally use their positions of influence to compel town employees to assist in the preparation of a citizen's petition? Does the posted warrant contain an article that was illegally added to the warrant after the select board closed the warrant? I said these are serious questions that should be carefully considered, which is why I had requested a special meeting to review this matter. For whatever reasons, the chair insisted this topic be squeezed into a regular meeting agenda. As members of the board will recall, at our last meeting on March 18th, we considered and rejected a proposal to allocate funds towards the purchase of a Quint truck. After the motion failed, our chair indicated that the citizen's petition would likely be submitted. Later in the same meeting, we as a board voted to close the warrant. In that vote, there was no discussion or reference to including the citizen's petition received after that date. It's important to appreciate that the past policy for the select board with respect to closing of the warrant. I've spoken to several past select board members as well as our former town manager and confirmed that the manner in which we have opened and closed the warrant since I have joined the board is consistent with board informational policy and practices for decades. Our policy has always been to publicize the date when the warrant should be closed and to formally close the warrant in an open meeting. The effect of closing the warrant is to close the door on additional articles being added to the warrant either by the select board or through citizens' petition. Additionally, by formally closing the warrant, it is able to comply with our obligation under Section 2.8B of the Charter, which requires the select board upon closing the warrant, the select board shall prepare a summary description of intended articles on the warrant and arrange to distribute both the summary description and the warrant in a printed form to post them on the town website within 2 weeks of closing. Our policy and practice is not only consistent with our past practice, it is consistent with the practice in other towns in the Commonwealth. In fact, over the past week, I've spoken to over 12 towns either the town clerk or members of the select board, and confirm that our policy is completely consistent with their own. I have also reviewed another 12 to 15 town bylaws and charters online. I don't have it here, but that was online, which are contained policies consistent with our past practices. This practice and the policy remains unchanged to our last meeting, but was subsequently challenged by the chair, who sought an opinion from town council. The opinion, which was delivered days after our last meeting, appeared to upend years of past practices by allowing a citizen's petition to be added to the town warrant after the time the select board closed the warrant, but before the warrant was posted. Town council opinion is just that, an opinion. If this opinion that our past practices were illegal or unauthorized, that would necessitate an immediate change of practice. But in his opinion, merely indicates that new practices may be allowed under law. That opinion does not and cannot unilaterally amend the policies or practices of this board. Only the board may make that change through formal adoption of town council opinion. This board has not done that, nor did the board even have the opportunity to carefully review the town council's opinion before the warrant was posted. As elected officials, we have a high ethical standard. For each of us have been advised of and agreed to abide by the Commonwealth Conflict of Interest Law. The law requires each of us to not misuse our positions of authority by attaining the benefit that we're not otherwise entitled to. Sometime after our last meeting, our chair contacted the town finance director, Paul Pasturgic, and asked him to prepare language for a citizen petition that would require Prop 2.5 debt exclusion override so as not to affect the current budget. Paul indicates that he felt this was a direct request from a select board member, someone who is de facto his supervisor in the chain of town management. Paul further indicated to me that if a town citizen or other select board member other than a select board member had contacted him with this request, that he would not have drafted the language of the citizen petition, but he would have suggested that the citizen review past warrants. Paul drafted the language during their normal business hours using town equipment. To be clear, Paul has done nothing wrong. He was asked to perform a task by someone in the position of authority, and he completed the task to the best of his ability. However, it is clear that the citizen's petition was the benefactor of Paul's knowledge of town finances. The citizen petition in itself is of much interest, and the twisted path that the petition took getting posted to the town warrant should be carefully reviewed. We know this much: the language of the petition was not drafted until March 20th, 2 days after the warrant was closed. We know that because Paul Pasturgic submitted the request language to the chair on this date. We know the petition was signed by the chair. Hers is the first signature and was submitted to the town clerk on March 21st. We know this because the clerk places a date stamp on all submissions to her office, and the citizen's petition was date stamped March 21st. We further know that our town manager posted a warrant after including Article 32 around noon on March 21st. He did so after advising other town citizens around 10:30 that morning that they had until noon to submit an additional citizen's petition. Thus, the town manager appears to have assumed the authority to determine when the warrant should be considered closed based on the opinion of town council. As an aside, the select board has never delegated its authority to determine when a warrant is closed, and consistently did not delegate that authority to the town manager in this instance. Here's what we know. We do not know officially who the lead petitioner is. We only know where the supplemental language describing Article 2, we do not know where the supplemental language described Article 32 as printed in the town warrant came from. The reason we did not know these facts is simple. The cover sheet that is required to be submitted with any citizen's petition could not be found. It is not clear whether this cover sheet was ever submitted. In the event, even if we do not know who wrote the supplemental language, we do know that it contains a serious misstatement of law. The language states that a referendum question will be on the June 3rd ballot to seek voter approval to exempt the borrowing. However, pursuant to Massachusetts General Law 59, Section 21C, a debt exclusion referendum question can only be placed on an election ballot by vote of the local appropriating authority, which in this case is the select board. Massachusetts Department of Revenue Guidelines Proposition 2.5 ballot questions is even more clear when it states unequivocally that a referendum question may not be placed on a ballot by a town meeting vote. We are faced with a serious situation that goes to the very core of the integrity of the town's government. We have an article on a warrant that was not even drafted until the warrant was closed. We have language of the petition drafted by a town employee under the direction of the chair of the board. We do not have the required cover sheet identifying the lead petitioner. We do not know who drafted the supplemental language that is included in the warrant, but we do know that it contains false statement of law. What should we do this evening? First, while the town council is well-respected and well-regarded, and I value his careful counsel and admire his gardening skills, no one is infallible. In this case, his suggested revisions to our past practices should be formally rejected by this board. Similarly, since the town manager has, under the direction of the chair, posted the warrant, which includes an illegal and unauthorized article submitted after the warrant was closed, this board must take immediate action to remove Article 32 from the posted warrant. The board should, in the immediate future, consider and adopt appropriate bylaws ensuring clarity regarding the process of the opening and closing the warrant. We owe this to the contingent. We owe this to our contingents. It is our responsibility to ensure that all town citizens have equal access to town government. Finally, the board should investigate all the facts and circumstances surrounding this citizen's petition to assure no other violations have occurred.
Obviously, since you are saying that I've acted unethically in my own interests by even mentioning conflict of interest law, let me tell you exactly what happened, and I'm not surprised considering how you've been going around and you've been trying to interrogate everybody. In regards to the citizens petition, what occurred was that I had, back in February, asked town council, when was the last time you were able to accept a citizens petition? To my surprise, he said when it is published, which means posted. And the reason I got that information is because last year, this board decided to stop CPC projects, which I don't think is appropriate. Now, since no CPC projects were stopped, I did not move forward on that. The fact that this suggests that I had some great conspiracy with the town manager and with the attorney is absolutely beyond ludicrous. The day that they decided, to my shock, not to put on the ladder truck and not to move forward on that, considering that two of these select board members had actually said in the fall town, that they wanted it on the fall town meeting because if it was so important, it should be on there. I said, well, a citizen can come forward if they want to, and they can file a petition. This is what I relied on our attorney who had informed me of this information. Now, that very evening, it was stated, well, we don't know if we really believe that that's what the attorney said, so they asked for a written opinion. The written opinion came through, and it said again, until posting. Now, I did not go out and ask anyone to come in and do it, but they were watching that night on TV. So Eleanor Kress came forward, called me at my home, and said, I want to do a citizen's petition. I said, well, you got to fill it out, the paper, and you got to get signatures. And she says, well, I don't know what to write. And I said, well, you better not. With this right comes responsibilities. And the responsibility is you can't go in and at the very end of the meeting blow the budget. So she said, well, please tell me how I can do that. So I wrote together something, and I put it together, and then I said, I better make sure that I've written this correctly. So I called the finance committee. I didn't call the town manager. I went directly to Paul. And if I am at fault, I'm at fault for going directly to a department head. But of course, other people in this board have gone to the attorney and tried to get him to change his mind. So I went and I asked Paul, is this the correct way? He said, well, this is really the way it should be done if she's going to do it correctly. Then I went and I delivered that to Eleanor in her apartment. I did not go and get signatures. This was truly a citizen's petition. And it was followed through, being relied on by the town attorney. Now, Richard Foster was very upset with this decision and decided to go to the town attorney and ask him to reconsider his decision. Now the town attorney came through, followed up with another statement, which says it's not closed at posting. It is closed when you close the warrant. Now, we go back and we say, what is in tradition in town? Well, the tradition in town was, we had the citizens petitions had to be due February 26. Well, that's not really giving the citizens, according to our tradition, enough time to really do citizens petitions. And what bothers me about that is that many times we make decisions as a board after February 26, which will then block the citizens' right to go and petition to the legislative branch, which is town meeting. And that's the essence of our town government, is town meeting. It's the right to petition, and that access to the legislature only occurs once a year, and that is the spring town meeting. Really, the citizens petitions should not be coming in the fall town meeting, it should be coming in the spring town meeting. Now, did I research this and go to the attorney and say, well, really, it should be done this way? No, I didn't. I didn't look into this issue until after we got the second opinion from the town attorney. Then I went and I actually looked at the statute. And the statute is not permissive. It says you shall bring in citizens petition. They have the right under state law to come to town meeting. So this really is a very central fact to our town government. And I believe, and I agree with Richard on that. And it's not what is the power of this board, and has the chair usurped this power by telling residents that they have the right to petition the legislature branch. I don't believe that's what the problem is. The problem is, where do we work together as a select board with the citizens petitions? Then it becomes a larger issue, because as it was said, if we really accept petitions after we have closed the warrant, that's when this board signs them. So should we really allow it to occur after that period of time? So it is a question, a legal question coming forward. Now, do I agree with the town attorney? I might not, but he's our town attorney, and I'm going to listen to what he says, and I'm going to follow through on that. So we have two issues. One is, we originally were told it was when it's posted. Now it's when we close the warrant. I think in the future we have to be very careful then when we close the warrant, so that we do give citizens that right to petition the legislative body. So now we have a second issue. And one is, I relied on that first opinion on posting when I told the citizens they had a right to petition. Now, we only got in one petition. There was I never told the town manager, post this time, post that time, hold off. There's a certain amount of days in which the departments are able to give it. Now, we happen to have one person who came in. There could have been more. We know that Amherst town meeting, they go on for days because they really strongly believe in their citizens petitions. And their citizens petition talks about world events and the Iraqi war and things like that. Now, Longmeadow hasn't been doing that. But I think we do need to be very careful on when we accept citizens petitions and when we close it. So now we have your opinion is we wait until the closing of the warrant. Now we have a situation here where we accepted a citizens petition after the closing of the warrant. So what is the remedy that we can do in order to solve the problem that we have this year?
Right now, this year's problem, I don't think there's anything you can do. I've talked to the former head of the municipal law unit in the Attorney General's office, former Amherst Town Council, Bob Ritchie, and he spoke this afternoon to Kelly Gunnigan, who's the head of the municipal law unit now, and both of them agreed that once the warrant is posted, it's in the hands of the town meeting. So I don't think there's anything that can be done about this warrant, and it's as simple as that.
So that article can be voted on?
Yes.
I just want to say something. First of all, what I'm disappointed in is that, first of all, I don't know the conversation that happened between you and Marie, but I'm really disappointed that Richard did this type of research and the question didn't come up about when the board voted on, did the board vote or not. I don't know how it was posed to you, the question about can a citizen's petition be answered. I wasn't there. I don't really care what the answer is, Dave. Because you just put, your opinion that you've written back to us put the town in a bind right now.
And I'll admit that. And
Okay.
to the extent that I should have asked the question, did you vote on Wednesday to close the warrant? And I didn't. I'll take the hit for that.
Okay. And the other thing is, Marie, your answer is, it was Hillary Clinton-ish. I mean, it just, you want to obfuscate this isn't that you move it over here, move the argument over here. I would assume that if you had the conversation with the attorney, is that you would have included the information that the warrant was voted on, but obviously it wasn't because Dave didn't hear that. And you said that night, as soon as the vote happened, we will then get a citizen's petition together.
No, that's not, you
And
can.
in fact,
no,
you asked the town manager,
No.
we can do that, correct, there's something to
No.
that effect, and I wasn't, that might not be verbatim, and you
It's-
kind of
and-
recalled something, I believe.
No,
that-
and the details are very important here, because what I said was, my understanding then is a citizen's petition can be. I didn't say we are expecting one, because I had no idea whether Eleanor Kress or anyone else would come forward.
You didn't say we're
But it's
expecting when you
the
said we
other
can
thing-
do a citizen's petition, that's were your
Because-
words.
And if you look and say, right after I said that, you said, I don't agree with that, and I said, the town attorney told me this, and you said I want a written opinion.
Correct.
When you look at the written opinion that was sent to us and follow-up, it does say at time of posting. If he had come out and said, and it even talked a little bit about closing there, but the answer to the question, according to the town attorney now, is that you cannot accept a citizen's petition after the warrant is closed. Before, he said, up until the time of posting. There is always a time period between those two. Right now, we are stuck with two different agreements. Now, the last opinion, he said, is when the warrant is closed. But to say that I had to inform him of that, because those are two specific issues on time limits. So I believe that an error was made. Now he's saying it is a time of the closing of the warrant, and now we have to decide how this is going to be remedied.
I think we need to go back a little bit, and it's okay to try to brush it under the rug.
No,
and
I'm
say
not.
that-
I'm making it
Well,
very
that-
clear,
that-
and that's why I did not have it on a Friday night. Richard Foster wanted me to have a special meeting on Friday night. I said, Friday night? That really looks like it's brushing under the rug. This has to be done at a regular meeting at 7 o'clock when everyone's watching, so that this is clear. So there's no such thing as brushing it under the rug.
Okay. And for any other citizen who came before this town, and we've had articles in the past that were rejected at town meeting, and you were there at town meeting where someone brought an article together that wasn't written properly, and to use a town employee to write that article, and then give it to a citizen and say that there's no involvement on your part, is just, that's ludicrous.
I never said there was no involvement. I said, I told her there was rights and responsibilities, and I did help her write that. I could have had her go in there and ask for the full amount and blow the budget, because it could have very well passed a town meeting. So I felt that that was something I was doing to help her, and to make sure that there wasn't a problem. If you disagree with that, I will take that as I do wrong.
It's not a disagreement,
but-
is that there has never been a time in which the town has offered to help a citizen write a petition. There's never been a time. And we don't do that with our town personnel, as Mr. Pasters explained to Mr. Foster. We don't do that with our town attorney. The town attorney does not comment on language
I would
prior.
disagree with that. I feel that Richard was helping our attorney write his second opinion that came out. So there are times that members of this board have talked.
That's not what I said. I
Members
said-
of this board have talked to department heads. Now, I agree, I should not have called Paul. I should have just gone ahead and written it myself and given it to her to make sure she didn't make a mistake. That is where I made my error. But to suggest that I had this cabal going in order to make sure that she brought this out, and I knew there was a citizen's petition, none of that is true. So you can pick apart that, you can go back and look at the clips. I did not know that anyone was going to bring it. In fact, it didn't occur for at least 24 hours, and then I got a phone call at home from Eleanor saying, I do want to do this. Mark?
Yeah, I actually, I have expressed my concern about the process, what happened, how it happened, why it happened, which we don't know. But all that is stuff we can't do a whole lot about. But there are a couple of items that concern me, and we've got our town attorney here, and I guess I'd like to ask that question. And we also have Mr. Calick, who's our town moderator, in the audience, and I might call Mr. Calick's opinion, because we have two issues that at least Mr. Foster's identified, which continue to be of concern. And that is that there is no lead petitioner formally identified in this warrant article. And my question is that, pardon the expression, a fatal flaw?
I think that's of no significance.
Okay. And
Are the signatures on here all
well,
certified?
they've been certified,
Right.
so they're, okay. And the second item that I'd like to find out about is whether or not this is in fact the case that a debt exclusion agenda question can only be placed on the ballot by a vote of the local appropriating authority, and if in fact that is the select board or is the local appropriating authority, town meeting, because if we need a vote of the select board to initiate that, then this vote or potential vote, potential warrant article would have no effect because it couldn't go forward to a referendum for a 2.5 override, and so it would essentially be a moot issue at town meeting. So I guess, again, I'm going to reiterate my concern that, and I'll tell you what my particular concern is, that I believe that when I signed the warrant, I was signing what I saw, not signing a warrant to have something inserted above my signature. And that bothers me more than anything else. The fact that there was no implied, no stated, no indicated, we know what we're signing, subject to a potential discussion or comment by somebody or opinion of our town council that an additional item may or may not be inserted in the warrant. And so, we've opened and closed this warrant a couple of times along the way. But at some point, we close it and then we sign it. And when we close it and we sign it, to my mind, it was closed. And I took some umbrage to the fact that something was put above my name and my signature that I didn't intend to have and had no knowledge was being put there. So that was my objection to this process. But I'll just go forward here and say that these two items may be of concern and may put this whole thing to rest.
Do you have an answer on that 2.5?
I don't have an answer. I mean,
Okay.
I don't want to answer it.
But we
at
ought
my-
to get it before the town meeting.
Oh,
clearly,
absolutely.
before-
Well,
okay.
actually, we need it before Tuesday.
No,
Because
you'll-
Tuesday's
you'll
the
have
date
it. You'll
of
have
the
it.
public,
You'll have
we're
it.
not
You'll
published,
have
this
it
isn't
before
published
Tuesday.
yet. So if this is going to be a problem, we need to know that.
But Mr. Calick could rule at town meeting that this, or tell people at town meeting that this can't come to a vote. I mean, we've done other things such as that, and my understanding is the town moderator has some unusual authority at town meeting in terms of doing
Well,
that.
this, first of all, this refers to placing a 2.5 referenda question on an election ballot. I'm not sure whether that's the same standard for putting an article on the
No,
town meeting
but
warrant.
the actual article in the town meeting warrant says this shall be placed on the election ballot.
Yep.
So the vote, the town meeting would be theoretically voting to do something they have no authority to do. And that's why I'd like to get that reviewed.
You will have that from me by the end of the week.
That's all
And
that-
as far as, I know that someone could, at the annual town meeting, raise the question as to the legality of that article, whatever it is,
Right.
and the moderator would have to rule on that.
Right.
Can I
Mike,
interrupt?
I'd say bone up on your,
Oh, Alex?
Now, actually, now, Dave, I want to play law professor for a minute here. Because
Just
you were.
for 1 minute.
Just for a minute. No, I mean, but I'm being facetious, but I'm
Sure.
making a serious point. Because you were saying, once the article is in the, posted, I'll
Mhm.
use the term of art, and is in the hands of town meeting. I mean, here's my hypothetical. Let's say some town employee, I'm not saying the town manager, again, hypothetical employee, writes in something, absolutely no authority, there have been no signatures placed in it, but it's part of the thing that's been posted. It strains belief to think that just because it somehow got published by whatever means, that the town meeting has the authority to vote on it.
I mean,
Am I right?
I think you got to everything's a question of drawing the line. And
Well,
I think
no, but
if you
I
had
mean-
something that was a virtually fraudulent act to
Well,
get.
that's what I'm getting at. So I guess my point is that would be the easy case, right? There's no way that would be, I'm thinking that would not be entertained at town meeting. But what if putting this particular article was without authority? I mean, that's what I'm kind of wondering about.
But I mean, in this case, it's true that there had been a vote to close the warrant, but the petition was valid on its face, with more than 10 signatures certified, and I think that's a much different scenario than the one you suggested, where somebody fraudulently slips an article onto the warrant.
Right.
I mean,
But
it's not
Dave-
like these signatures were forged or...
But fraud
Paul,
aside,
Paul,
someone,
can I
go ahead, I'm sorry.
So, I mean, actually, I'm not actually here to take you to task, because I actually agree with your analysis. And actually, I'm not really.
Both of them?
Actually, but the thing is, I don't see the great disconnect, though, because I think you're right, that if we were to be presented with a citizen's petition that was presented prior to posting, or prior to a reasonable time to give people notice of town manager, of town meeting, we would be obligated to entertain that. I don't think we could, for example, say we're going to close it back in January, just because that's when we decide to close it. So I agree with that part of the analysis, but I do also think it's an essential thing that we have to be given the opportunity to do our duty under the law. And I think that's what we sort of missed, because essentially the person who decided to post this and to include it on the warrant was the town manager, which clearly he doesn't have the authority to do. And I understand why the town manager did what he did. He was trying to sort of make the best of a ambiguous situation.
And he had an opinion from me that said it was okay.
Right, and I get that. But to me, the more proper course of action would, for us to have reconvened to allow us to do our duty. And because I agree with you, I think our discretion is very limited in rejecting these citizens' petitions. So, I guess, to me, that's the kind of the issue. And I think and I also agree with the point that you made in one of your letters about having the deadline not artificially early. I think that's important. I think you made the point, like, what purpose does it serve to have the deadline 3 months before, the actual town meeting? I never quite understood why it was that early. So, I guess the other thing that I would like to respond to is, I actually didn't see anything nefarious about Marie being involved in the drafting of the citizens petition. I think it's within her right and any of our rights to be involved in the drafting of a citizens petition. I didn't even think there was anything nefarious about talking to Paul Pasterzik about this language. But to me, the issue is fundamentally a question of the authority of the board. And that's where I agree with you, Mark, completely, because I remember signing the sheet of paper. And I remember kind of wondering, well, what exactly am I signing? Because it was literally a freestanding sheet of paper. And it was with the understanding that it would be on what we voted on. And so I think we need to do that in the future, is that we have to be very clear of what we're voting on. It can't be anything else. And that we have to set a realistic deadline so that we do comply with the law to entertain citizens' petitions. And the posting of the warrant, and the closing of the warrant, has to be a decision by this board.
So then,
Can I jump in on that point?
just a minute, I want to say, and then one of the remedies then can be to open and close the warrant again, which is something that we did very abruptly at the end of the last meeting in order to make a change in the school budget. So that's another thing that can be considered. Mark?
That was my point exactly, Marie. I was going to say that, I would have thought that had, armed with Attorney Martell's opinion and a citizen's petition, somebody would have said, and oh, by the way, with a date that said we weren't going to go to the publication until April 15th or 17th.
10th, I think.
10th, whatever it was, which has not yet come and gone
Yeah.
as of today even, that we would have had plenty of time to say, let's meet in session, we've got this thing, we're going to open a warrant, add the citizens petition, and close the warrant. So, there are, I believe, in place now, means of doing this. The fact that we had on our way back when, October, budget schedule, that the warrant wasn't going to be posted till April 10th, and we were running to post this thing on March 21st, seems to me that we were in an awful rush to do something that we didn't need to do. And I guess that's also adds to
I
my
mean,
concerns.
Oh, I'm sorry, Steve wanted.
I guess, go ahead, Ed.
So I was just going to say that, I mean, maybe some good can come out of this whole episode, and I think that you might want to pull back and just decide how soon do you want to close the warrant. Now, the memo that went out from the town manager, I think, said February 26th was the last day for petition articles. I think that might be on the early side, but at the same time, there are deadlines that are in the statute and in the bylaw and in the charter in terms of when you have to distribute the warrant to the households, when you have to put it on the website, when you have to do a whole bunch of things that take time. And if you want to go at it so that the warrant that you sign, I would assume that we're not going to see a lot of blank signature pages going forward, is the one that has all the articles on it. You can read them, it's in final form. That's the one that gets signed. And I think putting the warrant in final shape to be executed is something else that takes time. So if you work your way back, using this year as an example, the meeting's on May 13th. The last date to distribute the warrant summary to the households would be April 29th. I assume it needs a week at the printer. There's April 22nd. If you voted to close the warrant on April 8th, the last day to put the warrant on the website under the charter is April 22nd. So those dates are starting to pile up on you there. The earliest date on a draft warrant I saw this year was March 4th. So if you wanted to say that the warrant is closed as of mid-March, I don't think that that's unreasonable.
Let me just go through some of the process,
Okay.
just for background. First thing that I want to clarify is that my first day here last year, I believe the warrant arrived back from the printers. So this is my first time at the rodeo for assembling the warrant and the articles. So I spent a fair amount of time talking to the people who have in the past facilitated this process in the town administration. And one of the things that I think led to some uncertainty on my part. And truthfully, Rich, you make the comment about integrity of government, and I certainly can see how it appears that way, and it looks bad. But the fact of the matter is that the select board votes on the budget, the capital plan, and the warrants all within a matter of a day or two, and then signs the blank signature form. So that signature form that went around, the warrant wasn't really in final form because administratively we had to go back into the Microsoft Word document and make all of the changes that were approved to the warrant by the board. Now this is the way it has gone for many years. And I had understood from when we reviewed the schedule that was sent out back in last fall that this is how it goes, and that it was the standard schedule that was used again for years. The wild card, if you will, this year was Dave's initial opinion about citizen petitions, which seemed to make sense to me as well. I mean, his statutory reference, and we did discuss it prior to him issuing the opinion. When the petition came in terms of posting it or closing it or pushing to close it, I knew that the select board's intent was to have only the warrant articles that were on it at that last meeting to be posted with the warrant. So normally where there's a few days of making the changes and double checking the budget numbers, making sure all the capital planning projects are all listed correctly and everything is done and all the I's are dotted and T's are crossed so the warrant is correct when it goes to the publisher, because it becomes the piece of legislation that gets voted on at a town meeting. That takes some time, and so I pushed town staff to rush through and get it posted as soon as possible because I did not want to, because I knew the select board would not want to have it open-ended, and would want it to not have additional articles on there. So I truthfully thought I was acting in accordance with the intent of the board, based on the opinion from Attorney Martell. It was confusing, I'll be honest with you. And I certainly was talking to our town clerk, who, Alex, to your point, also is involved in the assembly of the warrant and would not allow an article to go on there without the appropriately verified signatures. She ultimately, Catherine Ingram is our town clerk. The town clerk ultimately is the one who delivers it to the constable for posting. So there is that one checkoff there that I think would help eliminate, or that does not allow for a fraud situation. But I do apologize that it was confusing. I certainly was confused for a little bit there as well. And like I said, the intent with everything was to make sure that the warrant that did get posted was as close to what the select board had approved as possible, but for the attorney's opinion. And I was as surprised as anyone to receive a citizen's petition that Friday morning when it was posted. And like I said, thought I was doing the right thing. So if the board feels like I acted in haste or without proper authority, then I apologize for that.
Marie?
Oh, no, I think Richard
Yeah, I
goes
asked
first.
Yeah, because I've sat here and everybody's taking pop shots at me. That's pretty normal for the messenger to be attacked. I do take exception that Marie indicates I'm the only one that brought exception to this, because I specifically remember the night that Mr. Gold and Mr. Santinello voiced significant opposition to what they had just heard. I happen to take it a little bit farther because that's just part of my nature to want to dig into something. And as I shared with Attorney Martell privately, that I could find no support for his decision. I couldn't find anything in our procedures that we had ever done. I couldn't find anything statewide. And believe me, I've gone to a lot of places. The MMA manual doesn't agree with what we've done, which is not a regulatory time. I talked to the Attorney General. They quite honestly told me that they do not get involved with this. It stays between town council and here. But if I review charters online and I see the exact same language that we have posted and we have used in a policy for years and years and years, it is quite evident that they have accepted that as being legal. There's nothing wrong with it, because if it wasn't posted on the charters and bylaws in many communities across our Commonwealth, it would have been rejected, because the AG must approve them. Now, that may not be case law, but it certainly shows that they did not take exception to that. I guess legal acquiescence, or whatever they call it. Now, we did not reserve, we have forms that we have in our community that we've used for many years, and they clearly state what should come in and what should not come in. And I know Attorney Martell is saying, I don't consider that important. Well, I do consider it important. I consider this a form that a citizen picks up and it says the following information is current, will be put in with yours, or it will not be accepted. There's no other place in our world that you can have half the forms turned in and something be accepted. It's like going down to the license bureau and saying, hey, I don't have my birth certificate, I don't have this, and they say, fine, you're not getting a license. Pretty common to be rejected at the door. I would expect to be rejected. Our document clearly states what should be brought in. The documents clearly were not brought in. We clearly have established deadlines for this principle, and we've used year after year after year. It has never been challenged. It has not been challenged by the state. It's not been challenged by any employee. The AG does not weigh in on this factor, but by the pure fact of what I've said, is listed in policies and charters across the Commonwealth that they have embraced this. Now, people seem to be concerned with the time. We certainly are very consistent. Uxbridge uses 60 days. Brookline uses 75 days. Ludlow, which is another town very close to us, uses 90 days. Another town, believe it or not, uses 45 days, and the list could go on and on and on, but I found that it's somewhere in the range 60 to 75 days is a very well accepted amount of time between closing and the town meeting for all of the things that we've talked about. I take exception to the fact that this thing was under modification, blah, 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 after it left our board. Every decision that was made that last night on our budget meeting was recorded by Paul. He had his computer with him. He made all the data changes on the figures. The budget was balanced when we shut down our meeting at 1 minute before 11 that night. There was no working out any other details at that point. It was just the fact to go back and make the administrative changes on our warrant. That should not have taken 2 to 2.5 days. It should not have taken that long. There was a direct reference made that night, and I viewed the tape 2 or 3 times, where you did, as Chair said, the fact is, if I understand Attorney Martell says there can be a citizen's petition, well, there was an intent that you were delivering to somebody that a citizen's petition could come forth. I don't care how you say it, if you're innocent, this, that, and the other, there's no other excuse to make such a statement on the camera that you made. So there was communication, and obviously you've been involved with the citizen's petition and had a challenge, or had our staff participate in forming the statements that went on that statement, and it's totally uncalled for, as Paul has pretty well shook it back and forth. So I still contend that I don't care so much about the future. I care about what we just did, and I care about the past. And it's nice to say we're going to wash the slate clean, but I think it's highly inappropriate to wash the slate clean over an event that has so many problems with it. I brought out, and I think Martell will likely justify tomorrow, it's clearly within the regulations what it talks about on who can approve the referendums, and it's not the town meeting. It specifically says it may not be placed on a ballot by town meeting vote, period. We are the only ones that can put the referendum forward. And that motion clearly states what is going to take place. So I don't understand why there's so much reluctance to do the right thing based on what we have consistently done in this community. And this goes back to the foundation of this charter, and likely before, this policy has always been done. And now for some reason, we want to totally throw everything out and start a new policy. I think it's highly inappropriate. You know, say I offer a motion that we adopt the opinion offered by town, or to not adopt the opinion put on by town council the March 20th, 2014, and the March 31st, 2014 letter. I think it's inappropriate. That'd be my motion right now.
But is the motion to disregard the letter? Is that what the motion
I'm saying that we adopt a motion to not follow the letter.
Okay,
Well, I
there's-
think if I could just speak to my letter.
Well, let's wait, we got a
okay, I'm
second, okay? And in discussion, specifically, you're talking about disregarding the first letter or the second letter, or both letters?
I think both letters should not be adopted. We cannot adopt the judgment that was given by those letters, because as Attorney Martell did state, it is the option of this board not to accept this opinion. It is an opinion. It is not based on anything that I can see that is case law or that's substantiated in any of the research that I have done. And maybe there's more research to be done. But we're basing this on an opinion that this board is the only one that can move forward with. Stephen put this thing on the warrant on an opinion. The select board never ruled on that opinion. That opinion was followed through between our attorney and our town manager without the select board being brought into that process. So we had an opinion that we never made a judgment call on.
Okay. All right, I'm going to be the first part of this discussion, since you again impugned my integrity here.
Oh, I tried not to impugn
Oh, you
integrity.
did it several times. And to suggest that there was some conspiracy going out there by me telling the residents that they're able to do a petition based on information that I not only got from the town manager, but was followed up actually with a written opinion. And you'll say, you keep talking about the Attorney General has nothing to do with this, number one. There's no such thing as what's legal or not legal. Let's look back and say, what are we talking about when we're talking about legal? We're talking about the statute. So after he gave that opinion, it seemed to make sense to me. When I went back and I looked at the actual statute, we're talking about basic public policy of the right of going to the legislature. We're talking about the rights under state law saying not permissive shall. So to suggest that anyone going forward accepting our attorney's opinion is inappropriate and illegal and would not be accepted by the Attorney General.
I did not say illegal.
You kept saying illegal
I did not
action.
state illegal, Marie, so clarify the record.
I'm glad that you're correcting yourself then, because what he is saying is he's giving his legal opinion on what procedurally we should do. Now, there are two issues. One, as I said, we had an opinion that it was when it was posted. Then after you spoke to him and asked him to reconsider, he says, no, it's when the warrant is closed is the actual correct time. So now we're left with trying to figure out the remedy. The two remedies, one is possibly open, change, accept the citizen's petition, and reclose the warrant. The other is to, as you're saying right now, and what you're putting forward in a motion, is to reject the town manager, the town attorney's recommendation in both his letters, and to go with your legal research, and especially in regards to that one aspect. So this is where I feel that it is. But again, I had to speak up because you were suggesting that I've been unethical and doing illegal things behind the scenes. Paul,
Okay.
did you want to say something?
Yeah, I don't think, I think the motion is fine, I seconded it, but I think Attorney Martell just rejected his own opinions based on the facts that he was allowed to understand that the motion was, or the warrant was actually closed. And I'm not putting words in your mouth, but I think you said earlier that had you known the motion was closed, you wouldn't have given the same opinion.
That's correct.
Okay.
And, well, the other thing is where the motion, remember, is to reject
Yeah.
not only the first letter, but the second letter.
I'm fine with that.
Okay.
I guess I have a question, and that is, what would be the effect of us accepting, of passing this motion? It doesn't, wouldn't have, and I don't know who I'm asking this of,
Well, if you want
because,
my legal opinion,
no, but,
if you
but,
pass this motion, nothing has changed.
right,
The
because
warrant's out there.
it's still on the warrant, and the warrant's still posted. So, I mean, I
Wait a minute,
understand.
has it been posted?
Yes.
The warrant is posted in Town Hall. It has not been printed and distributed, but it's literally on the bulletin board opposite the town clerk's office. That's what
Posting
we've
is
been
the
talking about.
act of the constable posting it, both on the website and at a place where it gets posted and bulletin
So
boards.
this April 10th is the
Oh, five
publish.
places.
Publishing, yeah.
Okay, got it.
So, but the point is, we can accept, reject, or do anything else we want to with the town council's earliest, first, second, or all opinions, but that may not change what in fact has happened, and I guess, you know, so I don't understand
Well, I guess if
why
you don't
this.
vote it, then you're accepting them. And you just said earlier, not 10 minutes ago, that if there was a process in which you could do it, here's a process, you can reject, now whether it solves the issue, that's not gonna happen, but you just said that you wish you had a process that would have let you discuss that, and here's where it is.
I'm not sure that that's really the case, Paul, but I don't know. You know,
I think it's a negative implication. If you don't reject it, you accept it.
And I guess I'm going to have to say, there's one thing I do disagree with, Dave, and that is, when the question's asked is, when is the last time that a citizen's petition can come through? The two answers are diametrically opposed. One is closing the warrant, and the other is posting.
Well, it was.
So
it was
the answer should have been
actually-
closing the
it was-
warrant.
I was dealing with a specific petition. And the
No.
question was, can this be put on the warrant? And I said, yes, the first time around.
No, the first question was, that you were asked to give a written opinion on, was the possibility of a petition. Because that night, I said, my understanding, it's a posting of posting is when the warrant is closed. And Mr. Santinello said, I want a written opinion on that, if we can accept a petition.
Well, I mean, but the first sentence of my letter is,
Which
this is in
one?
response to your request for my opinion concerning the deadline for submission of a citizen's petition for placement of, okay, so I answered that question, but it was missing a key piece of information, specifically that 2 days or 3 days earlier, you had voted to close the warrant. And I've been pretty upfront about saying that was a piece of information that should have been cranked into that letter, and it wasn't, because I didn't know it. So,
Mary?
Yes, I'm sorry.
You know, I might be the only one who's reading these letters this way, but again, I'm not seeing a great distinction, because your first letter, your analysis indicates that posting is the critical point. And the reason why that's important is because of the mandatory duty to include citizen petitions and the strength of that duty, and we would be remiss not to include a citizen petition, essentially if it were within our power to include it.
correct.
And then in your second letter, I mean, you said a lot of things, but you said, had I been aware of that vote, I might well have come to a different conclusion, which kind of suggested that, you know, it might have
Well,
been good to know, but it
I
wasn't.
wasn't committing myself to coming to a different conclusion. But since now I know
Okay.
about that vote to close, I'm saying, based on my further research and talking to people who are in the business, I'm now comfortable that while the Chapter 39, Section 10 says you shall put it on the warrant, that isn't an unlimited mandate in terms of time frame, and that you are within your rights and in setting a deadline for receipt of citizens' petitions just in the name of orderly conduct of business.
Sure. I mean, my read of this is that the citizens petition should not have been placed on the warrant because only we have the authority to set the warrant. And that if somebody was aggrieved by our decision, then they could sue us or take us to court or whatever. And I assume that's what we're leading up to here, is if we're going to remove Article 32, that would be the remedy.
I don't think you can remove it. I mean, I think if somebody wants to raise a point of order as to the legality of that article, you'd have to do it at town meeting.
But I guess I come back to the point, I know you were resisting the hypothetical, but to me, I don't think there's really any distinction between a fraudulent placing of something on the warrant. And by the way, the point of the hypothetical was not to suggest the likelihood of that, but to demonstrate a point that, to me, the fact that something could be fraudulently placed on the warrant article, and that would clearly not be something that would be properly considered, to me, that's the same category as something being placed on the article without authority. And I think it's our sole duty to set the warrant. I mean, I guess it's more difficult now that it's been posted, but, I mean, you know, I don't know, to me, I took your first letter to be sort of kind of a practical solution to the situation you were faced with, which was that, you know, this is what you would have done anyway, there's, realistically, that's what you're going to have to do anyway, so you should include it. And so I understand that, but, I mean, I think ultimately it is a question of the authority of the board.
I mean, there are some practicalities here. As I mentioned in my letter, if the fire truck proponents feel strongly enough about it, and there's 200 of them, they could force you to call a special town meeting with just that article. And that's something that you're going to have to deal with. If they were to choose to do that now, you could have the special town meeting on the same day as the annual town meeting, but otherwise it would be, a freestanding special town meeting with just that article.
Right.
Oh, Richard.
And that is the law, and that is within their right.
Yes.
Yes, I know that. That is a fact, and that is within their right. And I go back to what we did, and as I say, your both opinions have finally ended up going to the fact of saying, if you'd known this would couldn't thrown out. I guess I come back from the central theme. If there was a question, if somebody went to our town council to ask a question, is specific as this question was, when can a citizen's petition be put on the warrant? Why was the decision, or why was the information not presented at that time that here's the circumstances, we have a warrant that has been closed, can we add this to it? I cannot understand how, number one, how our attorney could render an opinion without knowing that data, and I cannot understand how we could have requested an opinion by not presenting that information. And I don't know whether it was presented or not, but my lord, it should have been presented, because that is the crux of the issue.
I mean, I've said about 3 times that I agree with you. It's a key piece of information. I didn't have it. To the extent I had it, my opinion would have come down differently. So,
Well, then somebody somebody is responsible for that information not being transmitted. This was a central question. The
And-
question was, Marie,
Yes.
can a citizen's petition
speak
be
to that.
Yeah, no,
I can
let me speak to it because he's actually used my name, okay? When I spoke to Attorney Martell, it was back in February. When I stated that on air, it was, I believe, March 11th. He gave he had plenty of time to ask the question himself, was the warrant closed? The specific thing is, he says it was up to posting. That's why I say it's diametrically opposed opinions. Now, when he sent the letter out on March 20th, we did not have a petition in hand. It had not been delivered. The petition was delivered on the 21st.
What were you asking the question, though?
I asked him back in March, when is the last time?
No, on March 18th, the night of our meeting, there was a request
March
made.
18th. That was
March 18th, the
Yes.
budget meeting at about 10:55.
I said, my comment was, Attorney Martell told me, and that was back in February, when is the last time a citizen can file a citizen's petition? He said, up until the time of publication, which means posting. I didn't know that. I thought publication meant April 10th. So it was later that I found
Well,
out.
then
He
that-
handed that written decision in on the 20th. So to say that I should have told him, oh, by the way, is it when you close the warrant or when you post? No, I was not trying to direct him to anything. I was just asking him a
Nobody asked you to do it
question.
anyway. It was directed to the town manager to get the opinion.
Yes.
Right,
It wasn't directed to the chair.
And truthfully.
And I never spoke to Attorney
Here you go.
Martell. The morning after the meeting, I did speak to Attorney Martell and said, this is the question, I repeated the question. Now, we talked about the meeting process, and it's possible a signal got crossed where I thought I had communicated that the select board had voted on it, and I may not have, or I did, and he may not have heard it, or, it was, I believe you were on the road.
Yeah,
So it could have been one of those, it
Yeah.
could have been a communication breakdown, but I think, Richard, one of the things that was probably confusing to me that may lead to some of your concern is when we got to the citizen petition part of the warrant that night, the select board said on the fluoride one, well, we don't touch that, it's a citizen's petition. And then when it came to the other one, the feasibility study money, the warrant at the time, the draft that you were working off of, didn't have the label citizen's petition. And the board started to debate it, and then as soon as someone said, well, that's a citizen's petition, debate stopped, it went forward as if there was this line. It certainly appeared to me that there was this line between citizen petition part of the warrant and every other part of the warrant. And so, with that really being my only experience with the select board putting together the warrant and hearing Attorney Martell's opinion, that we shall accept the article, I guess like I said, my thought was, we have to take this, because this is really something that is, the citizens enjoy the right to do outside of the select board's ability to approve them, because when the citizen petitions that were on the warrant were debated, there was no discussion, and the select board sent me the message by observation that you guys just don't touch them. So I just, that's not meant to sound like an excuse, it's just to explain my thought process as to why I didn't stop the presses and say we need to call an emergency meeting and do this thing. I guess I apologize, again, I apologize for not having that correct.
Paul?
I just wish I had music for all the dancing, but Alex,
There's no need to say stuff like that.
I'm
Everyone's
gonna
trying to be as straightforward as humanly possible, Paul.
It's dancing, because Alex, you agree with Dave Martell's opinion, even though he told you his opinion was wrong. I would tend to believe that if you were on the other side of the issue, you might have a different take on it. And Stephen, quite frankly, you said, your words were, intent to the board was to get the warrant article on, and, to Mark's point, we never.
No, I
even
never
did-
said
You
that.
never said that.
Yes, you did, in your
I said-
previous comment.
I said the intent of the board was to have it be what you voted on the night of the 18th,
Right,
not,
which
and to
was
not
a-
have that article on there. That's what I said.
Okay, then I misunderstood that. Here's what I have a question on, is we can keep trying to say, well, this is what we need to do going forward. When the budget calendar was presented to this board, no one raised the question about any dates. No one. Tom Manager brought it before us. Paul Pasturzik was here. We had a discussion about it. Even when we were talking about the budget later on, we talked about the process of going to the printer. And actually, the budget was supposed to go to the printer on the calendar on the 17th. And Marie, I will say, go to emails that you sent out that said the budget has to be voted on tonight so that the warrant can go to the printer. That was an email, it's on email, you sent it to the board. The
Yes.
budget will go on, have to be voted on tonight to go to the printer. So I guess I'm lost in that area here where the budget had to be voted on to go to the printer. Let me say at the end of the meeting, we can get a citizen's petition, and then talking to a town employee about, and Alex, it's actually, Mr. Gold explained this numerous times, that as a member of this board, you do not have the rights of every citizen in town, which is to go talk to a town employee or go talk to the police chief or fire chief about what's going on. The issue is that it was utilized, a town resource was utilized to forward a citizen's petition, and we've actually told people who have submitted petitions that our town attorney and staff would not discuss those and offer an opinion on them, because it's up to the citizen to do the research. So it's actually a policy that we've had and abided by. Where it's written, I don't know, but I'm just going to tell you. I understand we might not have seen it, but there's something in the world that we do not let our council and employees opine on whether the wording is correct to go to town meeting. And correct me if I'm wrong, that's happened. It was happened maybe with an issue that I remember when Robin was the town manager, there was something, got back to the citizens, said we can't have our town attorney review it before town meeting. That's what we've had. And so so you can say, well, you can agree with his opinion, because even though he didn't have the facts, and David stipulated to that. This has been pushed down. We got to vote on the budget, The thing's not supposed to go to print until next week. Now, if it goes on the 10th, great, it's a week early. That's all stuff that you can talk about later on, but the issue is that we have this in front of us, and there have been things that happened. I am still stunned that there's nothing that we can do for an article that was placed in error. So if someone sneezed wrong one day and put an article on there, an Article 34, the Article 34 would be on the town warrant, and I can't believe there's a remedy to that it's an article not voted on by this board. It wasn't legal. The deadlines are the deadlines. You guys have a question about the deadlines, and when the town manager comes forward with the budget next year, talk to him about it, because, I find it irrational. I find it just full of holes that we're now talking about. The process was the problem, not trying to put this on the ballot. The process wasn't the problem. The process was there. It was the people that went around the process to put this onto the warrant. That's what the problem is, not the process. It was laid out in black and white to us. There was no questions about that budget calendar when the town manager delivered it to us.
I just need to make one comment about the budget calendar, and not to argue your point at all, but the one thing that's a little different this year is the GFOA budget process, and, editing a 200-page document and going through and making each chapter has all the budget. As you said, Paul's there with his laptop, just doing it on Microsoft Excel. He's not really entering it into a Word document. And so that Excel spreadsheet then all those numbers need to be entered into a giant 200-page Word document. And that does take time to make sure we get it right. So the budget calendar you're raising there, Paul, I mean, there is a bona fide administrative need. There is and has been a bona fide administrative need.
No, to your point, Stephen, that's why those dates are in there every year prior to you coming here.
Right.
Because there was an administrative need for that document to be.
But this year's a little different because this is the
No,
first
I
year.
understand, right.
That's all.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor. It's been seconded to reject both opinion letters from our attorney.
I have
Any
another-
more discussion on
Yeah, I
that?
have a discussion too. We all realize that a citizen's petition could be legally put on the warrant within the guidelines that you sent out with the deadlines and all that stuff. So, I mean, and it pretty well states what happens here, so it shouldn't have been any secret to anyone what we've been doing. But that doesn't ensure that, in fact, that warrant is valid. It doesn't ensure that that warrant is legal or anything else. It's just they have the right to post. Because I know of one article, I talked to somebody that's put an article this year on their warrant that calls for termination of a high-ranking official in the community, which is not going to happen at the town meeting. But the fact is they could not reject that, and I understand that part. But if we have an article on this warrant that we now are becoming, or we should be becoming aware of, that may have, in fact, some information that is incorrect, and it may actually be a violation of a law yet to be determined. What is our role and function for allowing that to stay on there? If you're saying that it can't be removed, what do we do at town meeting to clear up this? Because we have something now on there that I think everybody in this room is now saying should not have been on there. And the question is, what do we do about it? If we can't legally remove it, what do we do about it?
Well, I think you make the argument at the town meeting that it's illegal, and that would be a point of order for the moderator to rule on. I mean, I think you have to draw the distinction between something that's illegal in the sense that I petitioned the town of Long Meadow to begin printing currency. I mean, something that on its face is off the reservation versus possible misinterpretation of Chapter 59, Section 21C. So,
Can I ask the question a different way? Let me give you another example. The planning board adopted its medical use marijuana citing proposed bylaw after the warrant was closed and posted. And the request has been made by the planning board to have the actual version that they approved at their hearing to be in the printed warrant, which we've been kind of holding off sending to the printer pending this discussion. And because the alternative is the warrant goes out to every house with an old version of the medical use marijuana citing bylaw. The planning board, or really town hall, then produces several hundred copies of the right version and is then distributed by hand to people at town meeting. So I guess the question I have is, can we, even though it's been posted, can we insert the correct proposed bylaw by the planning board before it gets sent to the printers tomorrow?
no.
No.
I'm telling you, you can't, and I'm
Can't, okay.
saying you could, you
but
could reopen the warrant and put the correct one on there.
But since
if
we
you
haven't
do-
gone to the
if you-
printer, what we can and should do is print below the warrant, so it's not part of the warrant, that the planning commission intends to have these words inserted in place of that as an amendment, so that people have notice that the amendment will be there
Yeah, I mean,
without actually posting the
that's fine,
amendment.
and I'm-
that saves us printing,
I'm
and we've done that
familiar,
before.
I'm familiar with the differences between what is on the warrant and what the planning board came up with. And they're fairly modest, correct? Where's,
Ms. Walt?
oh, Walter, they're fairly modest changes, aren't they?
They're very modest.
Yeah, so I mean, they're gonna be, they would be made by motions on the floor to amend Article such and such to insert these words.
But clearly, we could.
And you could do that.
We
that
can
it
do
is-
that tonight,
It is
too.
contemplated that the,
We can't
We
change
can-
the warrant,
we
but we
can
can
open
tell
the
Stephen,
warrant.
print their revision below it with a quick sentence that says, just like every one of our warrant articles say, a certain dollar amount to a greater or lesser extent. If we know what that greater or lesser extent is, lots of times we change that on the floor of the town meeting, and people say, gee, it said something there, but we have the authority to do that.
But
But we could literally print, the following amendments are, at the time of printing, are known to be, will be proposed at town meeting.
it is
or-
expected that the following
Right.
amendments will be proposed.
That-
We're following
But that
adjustments.
language was not in the warrant that was
It's not gonna be
That-
part of the warrant as such. It's
That's
gonna be
below
a-
our signatures, that's just
Yeah.
you're just telling people in town that when Walter Gunn stands up to give his motion, he's gonna read it as stated, and then he's gonna propose an amendment to what he really wants.
And I think, Mark, that putting it below the signature is key. I mean,
Right,
that's
well,
a-
because it's not part of the warrant at
But
that point.
it's not published yet. Can't we just open the warrant and have the correct
But if you
so he
do
doesn't have
that,
to
if
read
you
that?
reopen the warrant now with that petition here, you absolutely have to put that petition article on the warrant.
But you said we had to do it
When
anyways.
when you say that, which one?
The citizens
The
petition.
Quint
The
truck.
Quint.
Okay, so right now, there's the option of not putting it on, you're saying?
Well, not putting it on the reopened warrant. If you, no, wait a minute. If
You just said- you said-
No, if you reopen the warrant
Yeah,
to make, to change the text
Yeah.
of the the marijuana dispensary bylaw, you have to, there's no question that citizen petition has got to go on there. You've got it now. You've got
okay,
it in
I'm
hand. and
confused.
you're-
You told
you're
me
o-
we had to do it whether we opened it or not.
No, two different things. I mean, my advice that you put it on the warrant on that Friday, whatever, March 21st, that's one thing. And that's being attacked for a bunch of different reasons. It came in late, it wasn't over the selectman's signature, whatever. If you now reopen that warrant and you, in effect, start from scratch, and you've got that petition in hand, you shall put it on there.
Okay, now I'm confused. I thought well, what is, so if they reject, your opinion says,
Well, my-
whether we open it or not, we got to keep it on there.
Well, if
That was
they
your opinion.
reject my opinion, that, I'm not sure that's,
But I thought your
I'm
opinion.
troubled by it, but
Okay.
I think if you reject my opinion, and that warrant, it is what it is, and it's got that article on there.
So
Marie, what
he's
he-
not.
what Dave's saying is that at the current time, it was his comment, and it's my opinion, that at town meeting floor, somebody could ask the town moderator
you're
to
saying at
rule
town
on the validity of having that article on the warrant. But if we were to open the warrant tonight to change the wording on the planning commission and then close the warrant tonight, we would not, it would be very unlikely or that the town moderator would be able to then rule that article out of order because there was an opportunity, the warrant was
Well, I
opened
mean,
and closed after
Mark,
that.
I'm saying that if you reopen the warrant
have to
tonight.
take it.
You have to take it. You
okay.
shall put it on
Can
the
I,
warrant.
can I just say,
Fine.
we're out of the scope of the motion in the second?
All right, all those in favor of,
I'd like to modify my motion.
okay.
The, see if this works. I'd move to ratify the warrant as it was previously presented and closed, and that any additions made after that point be removed.
Second.
All right, any further discussion?
Yeah, just to clarify, when,
Let's go back to the one that we originally closed and ratify the fact that that is our standing warrant.
so in other words, remove Article 32.
Yeah, the town, I believe the town moderator can pass over items. Is town moderator still there?
Mhm.
That if he deems it inappropriate? Is the town moderator authorized to pass over an article on there if it's deemed inappropriate?
No, because I believe there's a bylaw in our, we have a bylaw that we have to take action on every article that appears in the warrant. So if we were to take no action, which is generally the way I do it, you do it that way, but you have to act on every article that's in the warrant.
Even if the action is to find it not compliant, is to find for a challenge to it on the floor of town meeting based on what Dave has been saying.
Okay, any other discussion on his motion?
Do you understand what it was? It was moved to ratify the warrant as it was previously presented and to close any additions to the, remove any additions and any future postings of the warrant. So that it would revert back to exactly what we voted on that night.
And Paul, that was what you seconded, right?
Correct.
Okay. Any other discussion? All those
You
in
know,
favor?
actually,
You do? Oh.
I mean, I know we've talked about this a lot, but this is kind of
Get
important.
faster.
I mean, I think the right thing to do would be to give us an opportunity to do what we should have done when we found out that there was a citizen's petition that came in enough time that could be posted. We should have had another meeting to do what only we are allowed to do, which is to set the warrant. I mean,
You're
might,
rewriting history, Alex.
well, I know, but listen, but if we were to, as Attorney Martell says, if we were to reopen the warrant, and then we could include it, in which case, we could include 32, in which case, Article 32 would be included, and more importantly, the authority of the board would be vindicated. That point would be made, that only the select board can set the warrant. The only reason I'm a little troubled by that course is because I'm not sure whether this article is legal. I mean, whether this Proposition 2.5 allows it, and I understand, Dave, that that's something you would have to look into further.
Right.
So I mean, so I would be in favor of that course if in fact Article 32 were something that were properly before the people at town meeting, because I'm assuming that we would have the authority to exclude a citizen's petition that was clearly contrary to law. Something like
Yes.
Long Meadow's going to start printing its own money. And I would think that if it's something that's plainly inconsistent with Prop 2.5, that would fall within that as well. But we certainly cannot exclude it simply because we don't agree with it as a matter of public policy. So, I mean, that's my comment.
That's not what we did.
No.
It was
Well-
excluded because it was late.
Mark, is this onto the motion?
Yeah.
Okay.
I guess it is. I'm not even sure. One of my concern for Alex's comment of, an opportunity to do what's right is it becomes selectively doing what's right, because I'd been contacted by at least one other group of people who said, well, had we known, we would have submitted a citizen's petition also. And I think that although in theory we could open and close the warrant tonight to accept this, I think that's even more problematic for me individually, because there were other people who would have probably availed themselves of that same thing. And at this point, I think I'd rather personally stick to our original schedule, timeline, or past practice, which is to ratify the warrant as originally opened and closed, and remove any additional articles submitted after the warrant was closed.
Okay, any other comments or discussions on the motion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Abstain? Okay. All right. Now, I have one last question about the warrant.
So what does that mean?
Well, that means this board has voted to remove Article 32 from the
Which
warrant.
is something I've told you you can't do now that the warrant has been posted.
I know.
So,
Well,
This board has decided to go, not to accept your opinion, and to ask for it to be removed. What is your view of that?
I think it's wrong. I think it's not consistent with state law.
Mhm.
And so, I don't know, I mean, as a matter of logistics, I guess you're gonna do a new warrant and sign it all over again?
No.
Or you're just gonna put out a warrant
The original.
without, you're gonna put out a warrant without that article on it? Are you gonna sign it again?
It's already been signed, Dave. I think that's the point you're missing. Everybody seems to be missing a simple point, that warrant was signed. There's,
Okay.
how another one is placed in there, again, legally, illegally, whatever, nefarious, non-nefarious, I don't care. Someone's got to explain to me how any employee can put, because it was an employee who did it, who put a warrant article on. So if the town clerk was just having a fun day that day, she could have just said, here, I'm going to put this warrant article on. And you're saying we have to live with that. I disagree with that wholeheartedly, because that's not something the board voted for. There were signatures on the bottom of that page that said, here's the warrant. And until someone can prove to me otherwise, I don't care who, this is the only body that can put that warrant together,
Okay.
correct?
I
What
need
was
to
that?
ask a question, though.
I'm just asking David a question. This is the body that puts the warrant out. We vote on it, that's it, correct?
Yes,
It's not the town manager, it's not the CFO, it's not the town clerk.
yes.
So if a warrant was voted on and submitted, someone's gonna have to explain to me how another article was placed on, citizen's petition or not. Because you just said that it's not legal that it be on there.
No, I didn't.
The citizen's petition is legal?
I said the citizens petition, yes, since the warrant was closed.
Correct.
The citizens petition shouldn't have been out there. Shouldn't have been on there. What I'm also saying is that once that warrant is posted, the townspeople are told that these are the articles that are gonna come up there at the meeting, and I don't think it's as easy as you might hope.
So,
just
Well,
to-
this-
let me just
the
say
board
something.
has-
What if there was an example where it was a computer error, and there were 3 articles left over from last year's printed? And those 3 articles appeared again on the warrant. Stuff happens, right? I mean, those 3 articles are then on. You're saying that that's a legal warrant, even though the board doesn't vote for it?
Well,
I don't wanna get into that. I
Well,
mean, really, I mean,
I'm asking
we've got
the
a certain set of facts in front of you. I've ruled on
Correct.
that, and
so
let's.
the select board's asking that you remove Article 32.
We're not
Is the
asking Dave
best
to
way
do
to
it.
handle that, have it crossed out and said, as per select board's vote?
So,
No,
Yeah,
we're
I
saying
mean,
that-
I do, like, I
Yeah.
do have a question about the logistics of this, and this is because I'm happy to serve the will of the board, but if if the service of that means that we would now have to have our town clerk remove the posting, have town staff then go back into the document, the master document, delete the paragraph, give it back to the town clerk for her to repost, if that, based on what Attorney Martell is saying, is directing the town clerk to take any legal action, I don't know that we can do that.
I think the town clerk already took an illegal action by posting a
well,
warrant not signed by the board.
let's do this. And this is not my legal advice, but my practical advice is, how many copies of the warrant have been posted? 1?
I think it's 5, is it 5 copies?
Certain places around town, 4 or 5, whatever Kurt showed.
I guess, I
And
mean,
the
I was
website.
gonna say, have the constable go to each of those 5 places, cross that article out and say, per selectmen's vote on April 7th, and
But now what do we send to the printer? Because it
I
hasn't gone to the
would,
printer.
I would send to the, and this is.
I mean, my intent is to send to the
Again,
printer an article, the
I-
warrant without that article.
I mean, that's certainly to be consistent. That's what you should do. I think that's wrong, but to be consistent, that's what you should do.
So a strike-through version.
Um,
Because if we send if we follow if we play out his logistical scenario, and the constable goes around with a red pen and crosses out that one paragraph and says per select board vote, we go on the website, then to make that look digitally, we do the strike through per select board vote of April 7th. Then, in all fairness, the warrant that gets printed and that gets sent to the publisher and then sent out through the reminder should have that same strike through.
No, it should have the original warrant that was voted on March 18th, because that is the only warrant that the select board voted on. The addition of the article is illegal. However we got there, I'm not even gonna argue about that.
I agree.
It's
Yeah, we're
illegal.
getting
So
argument.
all we're saying with that vote is that warrant is to be printed as the warrant that was signed. And I don't think we're asking for anything else on that.
Is that going to be okay, Dave?
Well, I mean, to me, it's kind of like splitting hairs. I mean, I think I've said, and I still believe, that once that warrant is posted, it's essentially carved in stone. So anything that you choose to do with it otherwise is kind of your business. And
But you still gotta justify to me, Dave. You gotta justify how something gets slipped into a warrant that
Well-
wasn't voted on.
Paul, I think I've.
No, you haven't, because it was voted on by the board. So you're saying anybody could have slipped an article on there, and as soon as the town clerk posted, we're
No, I
done.
backed off on that. I said, once the warrant is closed.
He changed
you-
his
you
opinion.
can't-
No, but
you
what you're
can't
saying
put
is.
stuff on there.
Right, but it was closed.
I know that.
So-
I mean, if
so
I
wh-
if
so
I
why
had
can-
focused on it being closed when I wrote the
No,
first
but so
opinion,
why
we
can
wouldn't be here.
someone, why can then someone put another article on and say, that's the warrant? That's not what was
Well,
voted on.
because in the ordinary course of business, it was put on the warrant and it was posted, and it had a very troubled route to being put on the warrant, but it's there and it's been posted, and I stand
Can
by
I have
that.
a motion on whether the warrant should be published with Article 32
I-
strikeout
That was
or
already
without?
voted. There was a motion made to.
I think the town
No.
manager should have a directive on whether it's
Fine.
going to be a
I'll move we
strikeout.
direct the town manager to assure that the town meeting warrant as published and distributed meets the original warrant article and as we previously voted.
Is there
Second.
a second? Okay.
Second.
Do you mean like word for word?
I mean,
I think you better be specific
I
with
mean,
that.
what do you want to see when you get your warrant?
I want to see what I signed,
Okay, so
and what
that,
I knew I was
so you
signing.
don't
Well-
want to see the crossout? You
No.
just-
Well, okay, you better, what he's saying is there was a lot of corrections that were put into it.
The budget
No,
information
no, no,
wasn't even
no.
hardly in there.
Yeah.
But when we signed the warrant, we had agreed on every number
Yeah.
that was, we may have not have had it printed,
Yeah.
but when we approved and closed the warrant, we knew what those numbers were. We
Okay.
knew what that wording
Then
was,
say, why don't you
Stephen.
say Articles 1 through 31, as agreed to by the board.
Fine, the town manager print Articles 1 through 31 is approved by the board.
Is there a second?
Voted on and approved by the
Yeah,
board.
voted.
Second.
Any further discussion on that? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay. All right, was there anything?
I said aye.
Okay. Is there, regards to the warrant, the last question is, so in regards to the bylaw, the citing bylaw, my understanding is it cannot be part of the body, but at the bottom, we print the amendment, or do you have to have an insert?
I mean, I think
Which-
I'd rather, either way, but I think the insert's probably better. That way.
It's just a lot more expensive.
Yeah, but it keeps it clean off the warrant.
I think-
Mark. You gotta,
What'd you say?
it's gotta clean off the warrant.
Yeah.
You don't,
You're right. I would say put it on a separate piece of paper.
Separate piece of paper?
Yeah.
Okay. Is that a directive of this board?
yes, I would, I
Okay,
think.
all those, could I have a motion?
So the changes to the bylaw can be just instead of having the whole new bylaw, Walter, could we do a one-pager with just section X is now this and this and that?
Right, just amendments.
Right.
But Stephen, it's not changes to the warrant. What it is going to be
separate
Anticipated
add-on.
motions.
the add-on. At the time of printing, we now anticipate that this motion, that these amendments will be
Offered.
offered at town meeting
Yeah,
floor.
that's fine.
Okay. May I have a motion to that effect, so there's a clear directive?
I move that to direct the town manager to print a one-page insert into the warrant article to be distributed with the warrant article to reflect the changes in the amendment for the marijuana bylaw, site and bylaw.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any other comments or discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All right, moving on to the next issue.
I
is-
have
Thank
one-
you very much
Hey, let's
for
do it
coming
more
in.
often.
Yeah.
Marie, I have one concern that, when we talked about all of this, and Attorney Martell was talking about the fact that he wasn't quite sure if the action taken by the board, that there may be a legal issue on it.
Yeah.
I just wonder if we shouldn't get that legal opinion on that that's based on
But from
this
who?
action. Well,
I said you not.
We just agreed to reject his opinion. Do we want to go for another attorney?
No, we talked about the other opinion that we didn't agree with.
Prop 2.5.
The opinion that we just did, in other words.
No, he's talking about the actual action of removing it. Is it, because you were expressing concerns, do you want a written opinion from Attorney Martell
No,
on
I
those
want to know,
concerns?
does Attorney Martell think that it needs a written opinion?
No. I mean, if you want it, fine.
I mean,
But I mean, you took action
And it
without
seemed-
a legal opinion, so.
Now, it seems like the action, though, is consistent with what we had originally approved.
Well,
Am
I
I
think
correct?
his opinion in the second letter was telling what he thought we should do, and
Well, there was a lot of opinions in the second letter, Marie. So, okay, I dropped the question.
well, is there directive of the board to ask for a written opinion? Do you want to put a
Actually,
motion on?
I would like a motion to seek a written opinion from Mr. Martell on the Prop 2.5 question.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, no, I was
That
expecting
definitely.
the effect.
Okay, all right, okay.
But-
I may ask him for his opinion about the legality of changing the warrant since I've been the one directed to do that.
You just want coverage and so.
I'm not gonna commit an illegal act in the
I'll
service of
keep
the
you
board.
out of jail.
All right, thanks, Dave.
I promise.
Yeah.
Right, somebody's got-
Okay, anything else on the warrant?
I couldn't do that. We meet in the garden, you've got to have neutral turf.
The next item on the agenda is, Paul, your vision.
Do you want to go through
Yes.
the minutes?
I think
It's
people
gonna
are
take
here.
us- It's fine.
It could take us a half hour. So your vision's going to take about how long, Paul?
I'd say 20 minutes at the most. Richard's got to set it up, so.
Okay.
So
You want to do some of the minutes while we're setting up?
Yeah.
Let me get to that now.
So you've got the minutes of February 3rd, which have already been approved.
I've seen the presentation twice, Paul, of it's excellent.
You don't want to stay for a
Marie.
year, huh?
So the minutes of February 3rd were approved based on the March 3rd minutes. The minutes of February 4th were approved based on the March 3rd minutes.
I'm sorry, I'm confused. These, we've already approved all these, you're saying?
Not all of them, but a couple. I mean, if you read the March 3rd minutes, it says we approved the February 3rd minutes, and it says we approved the February 4th minutes. So
Oh,
we
I
don't
see
need
what
to
you're
approve
saying.
again.
Okay. All right, so the next set is the February 18th regular meeting minutes, is that
Yeah.
correct?
Yeah, and that's got, I hate to do this to you, but I think we need to.
Let's start
It's-
with a
well, that
motion.
one's- The February 18th has already been approved based on the March 3rd minutes.
Oh, they were, okay. So the one that we're looking at to do is the,
The March 3rd
Third.
minutes, there's, in there it says, the vote on the, there's several places in there where it says, the motion carried, and then it says by a vote of 1 to 2, and that the motion failed. And we've got to decide whether the motion carried or the motion failed.
where's this?
On the March 3rd regular minutes, under the
Right.
Charter Commission discussion,
Charter Commission, okay. And,
what does it say about the vote?
oh, it says, motion carried,
And then read the next sentence.
motion failed, okay. I see where you're reading it now.
Did one or the other, but it didn't do both.
So,
I don't
are we
know.
looking
We
to,
discuss things, you never know.
The motion failed, actually.
so the vote was, instead of the motion carried, the vote was, is that the correction we should put in there?
The vote was 2 to 3. It has to say who voted for it and who voted, actually, it has to say who voted how, and which is.
Now, it says the motion failed, Mr. Grant and Mrs. Angelis and Mr. Gold opposed.
Okay, so then it's all set.
And then
The next
was the
sentence
Charter
does the same
Committee.
thing.
A second motion, vote was, and so instead of motion carried, vote was 2 to 3. Motion failed, Mr. Santinello, Mr. Foster, and Mr. Grant opposed.
Yep.
All right.
So in both cases, it should say the motion failed 2 to 3, right?
I just
Okay,
had them
I think I
cross
got it
out,
right
motion
here.
carried to vote was 2 to 3.
Oh, I
The
see.
vote was 2 to 3.
Where are we, Marie?
Under new business, number 2,
Wait, March 3rd?
March
minutes.
3rd minutes, under new
Hey, Mark,
business.
Can you unplug that for me? I just
Number
had it up,
2.
Rich, and I just shut it down. It's right here.
Line 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. In the middle of the line was the vote was 2 to 3 instead of motion carried.
Did you get them?
Yep, I think I did.
Yeah. Then you go down another 2 lines, and the vote was 2 to 3 instead of motion carried.
Yeah, see, it's giving me an error.
Do you have that? Okay. What else is there, Mark? Did you pick up anything else?
Not in that set of minutes.
Oh, okay. Do I have
Yeah,
a
but
motion
then
to
we gotta
approve
clean
the March 3rd meeting
Yeah,
with the amendments?
I move we approve the March 3rd minutes as amended, or as corrected.
Is there a second? Paul, Richard, do you second the minutes?
As corrected.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Wait,
What-
Or was there something else?
on the March 3rd, I think it was the March 3rd, did you correct that there was a vote on the water tower property, I think that was March 3rd, wasn't it? Was it the 10th?
Didn't see anything on March 3rd.
Or was that the,
The vote to direct me to go to the school committee?
what date did we do that?
I thought that was March 3rd.
Oh, you know, I think it was around the charter. Well, we can't, we're going to have to hold off on that to see and go back to the notes. Do you have your notes on that?
I do. On
Because
which
I thought it
meeting?
was earlier than that we did that.
Sorry, which meeting? I've got all.
March 3rd.
It was computed, see, look at number 2. There's one coming back up. Let me try to bring this in.
Yeah, it was February 3rd. It was
Oh, was it
February
February
3rd, because
Oh.
that's when we did the special meeting on revenue enhancements. Water tower,
Yeah, developed water tower process was February 3rd.
Okay, then, all right.
Yes, and that's
there
where-
is- there is a-
there it
there was a
is.
vote there on the
Yeah,
water tower
there it
property.
is. Okay.
And my direction to go to the school committee.
right,
So-
okay.
It was
So,
February 3rd, I'm sorry, it was February 3rd.
okay.
My bad.
So all those in favor of the minutes as amended for March 3rd?
Paul?
Aye. You got it. Okay.
Okay.
I move we approve the March 10th joint meeting minutes as submitted.
Is that the original meeting?
Yeah, that was where we interviewed people.
Okay. Second.
Okay, in discussion, any changes that we need to
March
make on
10th.
that?
Nope.
Okay. Any discussion? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Paul? Are you in favor of March 10th?
The interview, John.
Okay.
I'll move we approve the March 10th regular meeting minutes as submitted.
Second.
Okay, any discussion or issues with those?
No.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, and now the,
I'll move we approve the March 13th special meeting minutes as submitted.
Second.
okay, any discussion, problems? Really? Oh, great. All those in favor?
I'm going to abstain because I wasn't there for the voting of the person.
Yeah.
Okay, Richard, do you have any problems with
No.
March 13th?
No.
Okay. March 17th.
Yeah, I'd like to propose a couple of changes to one change to March 17th.
Okay,
Under item 5 for capital projects.
all right, just a minute. Adam, not the warrant.
Capital projects, no.
Okay,
down
here we go,
number
fine, I
5.
see it,
Okay,
okay.
it says, Mr. Foster made a motion to approve the annual fire truck fund of $40,000. Mr. Santinello seconded the motion. Mr. Foster noted that in 2013, the capital planning committee increased it to $75,000. Mr. Foster amended his motion to increase the funding to $75,000, seconded the amendment and carried. It should also say the full motion, then, the amended motion then carried by a vote of 5-0.
So, seconded the amendment and the full motion with the amendment. Do you see where we are?
Second amendment and the amended motion carries 5-0.
You want to say
Correct.
the full motion or just
Well,
the
I don't care.
amended?
You can say
Okay,
whatever you want to, but
amended
that's what
motion.
happened. So, at least that's what my notes show.
Okay. Anything else? All right, a motion to approve March 17th,
As amended?
Second.
okay?
No, yeah.
And you're second it, and any more discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, now we're on March 18th.
That's the joint meeting appointments. I move to approve the March 18th minutes as submitted. Joint meeting minutes as submitted.
The other one.
This is
Is,
the vote.
Second.
This was the vote.
Yeah, okay.
okay, any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All right, March 18th.
I move we approve the March 18th special meeting of the select board minutes as submitted.
Second.
Any problems with those?
Nope.
Discussion? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
And that's it, right?
It'll only take 10 minutes.
Okay, well, I wasn't sure. It's never taken just 10
Oh,
minutes
the ones,
before.
the early ones. had already been approved.
Set. Okay.
Took them down.
All right, so I'm going to move out of the way.
What's that?
You want to click first and you'll talk?
Yeah, no, I'll just talk. So first of all, thank you for letting me have this on the agenda. I think it was very prudent not to have it on the night we talked about the budget since we went to 11. But this came out of just months of thinking about the different projects that we had. I've had some discussions with Richard Foster about it. He's done a lot of work on this for me, with me, and I also want to thank Yem Lip. I talked to the town manager, and we talked to Yem, and Yem put together the maps that you're going to see. He did that, and was very helpful in that. And what this is it says visions, but it's a concept. It's an idea that if you take a look at what we have in front of us, everything that I'm going to mention in here for the most part is something that is on the agenda for the town in the foreseeable future, minus the major infrastructure repairs like water and sewer lines and drainage and so forth. So if we want to go through, some of this is based on the long-range plan. That was done, I think it was in 2002 or something. If you actually look at the long-range plan, it was very detailed about what should go where, when, and why. It's a fantastic document, and there's a lot of members of the community that were on that committee, some of which are still active in other committees. But that's the cast of people that were put the long-range plan together and presented it to the town. And a lot of what we did in the early years, we did the low-hanging fruit, like painting lines around the shops and so forth. But there was a lot of work that was involved. There was about $60,000 to $70,000 worth of money spent. Some of it was grant money, some of it was from the town. But it also talked a lot about what we should be looking at for the future of the town. If we take a look at what the visions are, it's an opportunity for expansion, it's an opportunity for revenue sources to help offset the cost. The revenue sources that I'm going to talk about are in no way, shape, or form going to pay for everything, but there's nothing on the table right now in terms of revenue sources to pay for anything as we speak. It's also to take a look at identifying future needs, and part of this was taking a look at projects. What really happened was the dots got connected, and as I said, talking to people, someone just mentioned something, and I thought of something else, and if we look at an implementation of projects, you can look at something that's done in a systematic way that can meet the need of the community, but more importantly, put everything on a map, a roadmap to follow. So the red highlights all the projects or locations of things that are going to be addressed here, and they vary all over town, but we'll get to them. So the first thing to take a look at, we talked about, we had a directive for the town manager to talk about the bylaw change for the water tower property to revert it back to town hands, so to speak, from the bylaw to redo the bylaw. That was done to split it up between Park and Rec and schools. And what the proposed project would look at developing the water tower property for new athletic fields, and the comfort station is really something that can be looked at revenue enhancements for some of the associations. Develop part of the Wolf Swamp Fields for a new DPW complex. Repurpose Grand Meadows for a town-owned and operated year-round multi-use sports complex. Repurpose the Blinn tennis courts to commercial property, and look at a new Williams Middle School, which will combine the two middle schools for the town. And then look at repurposing Glenbrook for a new community/adult center. That's a warrant article we have on the books right now for the fall or next town meeting. Repurpose the Greenwood Adult Center to new municipal offices, and we'll go into detail a little bit about each. And adaptive use of the town hall and the community house, and that's the last piece of the project that is kind of left open. Open-ended. So if you take a look at the potential, like I said, the current projects right now, there's really no revenue enhancement that we're looking at for the projects that are on our map in the future. There's zero initiatives for streamlining the operational issues. This takes a look at, 2 years from now or a year from now, there's going to be, we were talked about a warrant article potentially for redoing Town Hall. That was rejected I think last year or the year before. This takes into consideration of putting together departments and so forth. The money's going to be spent anyway. The idea behind here is that there's some energy efficiencies, there's a plan, and there's some potential revenue that can help support some of the bond payments. And it's not a Band-Aid approach. It's looking at a long-term, systematic redevelopment of the town to meet our future needs. So the first thing to look at is the Blinn tennis courts. These are the projects we already have. So these projects are ones that we have on the books as it is. They're $35,000 for Wolf Swamp Fields. The Adult Center, which the Warren article is looking for a feasibility study. The DPW, we talked about $1 million worth of really Band-Aid repairs to protect some of the assets, but not really bring the facility up to snuff. The Williams Middle School, the boilers, there's going to be work done that needed to be done beyond the boilers as well. I know that the statements of interest are going to be coming soon for those two schools. And when we talk about the schools, it's really in conjunction of the schools when they do file those statements of interest of setting up a separate school building authority. It's not going to be obviously under the jurisdiction of the select board, so to speak. And the community house improvements are also on the agenda items. I think there's a little bit more. And the Blinn tennis courts. Okay, I mentioned that. So the first thing to take a look at the water tower property, if you look at it topographically, this is what it looks like. The green lines are water and sewer lines that go throughout the neighborhood there. There's approximately 22 acres. That is 4 acres larger than the existing footprint at Wolf Swamp Fields. We heard talk about soccer and lacrosse as growing sports. This would address the needs where potentially there could be a soccer field, a lacrosse field, or combination thereof. It gives a reduced traffic flow to the neighborhood versus housing that would go there. But it's also, you could develop a real concession stand. If you go to some of the other sports complex, you see what they offer there, from full breakfast to full lunches and so forth. And it meets the needs of the expanding programs. Like I said, soccer and lacrosse being the ultimate frisbee being the other one. And there would be, the fields would actually, we would look at irrigating them, which we don't do now at Wolf Swamp, and keep them in shape so that they are meeting the needs of the community in not just those sports, but others as well. This would give us the ability to carve out part of Wolf Swamp Fields, and it would take an act of the legislature. And this is something that actually the long-range plan actually addressed, to where they were talking about putting in a apartment complex. That footprint over to the right would be about 6 acres. That's what we were told by YEM, and actually from our directive of the size of the site that we would need. The idea would be to place that parcel in the far right-hand corner at the bottom to minimize the line of sight from the town, from the road. The remaining 12 acres could be, if you go back to the topographical map, there's fields, and you can see the outline of the baseball fields around the nice brown grass there. But there's room for 3 or 4 baseball fields, even if there's an additional parking. Parking can be carved out of the DPW facility. You're going to have to carve it out for employees. That can be used on the outside of the gates for people going to the fields. But that expands fields by 14 acres to the sports associations, or to Park and Rec, I should say. It gets rid of the DPW, obviously, out of the floodplain. They have multiple access points, just as if they would if we're looking at other pieces of property. It eliminates the purchase of the property, which is going to be a cost factor to us if we do move that to another location or to one of the suitable locations. And it allows the conversion of the old DPW site into a revenue producer, into a solar voltaic farm. A few years ago, maybe 4 years ago, I think it was, we were looking at using an old landfill that we need to cap as a DPW site. The DPW, solar voltaic, I'm sorry. The current DPW site is 50% larger than what that site was for solar voltaic. And that site was going to produce revenue of around $240,000 a year at that time. The reason why it wasn't done is because the connection to the electrical grid was too far away, where the electrical grid, I think, is within 100 feet of this DPW facility, making it a feasible project and easier to, and actually able to do. And if we don't turn it into photovoltaic, if we sign on to become a green community, I don't know if there's grants for that, but there's also the ability to rent out that space if we don't turn it into something like solar voltaic. But it is a plan. We have the specs for the old solar voltaic site that we were looking at. This could be expanded to fit that. This was an idea that was thought of taking, if we're going to look at, as we're going to mention down the road, of moving the Blinn tennis courts to commercial property. This could be a consideration to create a new indoor facility with the tennis complex on Dwight Road. At roughly about half of that building is closed because of a fire. There's 8 tennis courts in there with facilities and a concession stand. It could offer year-round play to the town of Long Meadow residents that do play there. There's revenue sources in there if we convert the other part of it, which is again an idea, into an indoor turf field. There expands sports camps possibility for the Park and Rec Department. And if we go back to if you just look at that turf field, for example, that you could put in there, turfed area of the building, if they rented it for 3 hours a night at $60 an hour, which is lower than what you can in a another location nearby, that would more than offset the property taxes of that building. Not to even talk about the potential for tennis lessons, and this is something that I would look at where Park and Rec could either run or outsource, if that was something that they didn't want to handle internally and so forth. So this is something that's a little bit different than the original presentation because there was a little outpouring of angst about tennis courts and people playing outside. And I don't know how much of an angst that is, but this is a potential for a possibility, is that you look at Bliss Park, which is probably the most underutilized park that we have. There's 2 baseball fields there. They're really for T-ball or coaches pitch. They're not groomed. They're not, the only grooming that takes place for the most part is early in the season. And then the sports associations that utilize them do tend to do some work on them. But you heard Park and Rec saying that baseball is a decrease in program where soccer and lacrosse aren't. There's still at least there's some fields behind Williams Middle School that are still there that are baseball oriented. There's enough room that this wouldn't cause a displacement of baseball fields. It wouldn't be a harm to those associations. But what it does, it also potentially, if you did look at something like this, to create a recreational complex with the pool there, the clay courts, and the playground as a destination. Right now this is an Olmsted Park. We allow vehicles to drive through there and park in different locations outside of the standard parking lot, so to speak. And if you go by it, you'll see it often enough where it's not in great condition because of just the way it's utilized. But it allows us to offer expanded services, especially when it comes to tennis, year-round, and if we did move courts over to Bliss. Expansion, there's a great potential for expansion of fee services, fee enhancement program, and this is something we offer sports. The biggest obstacle to sports athletic programs in the town are the weather in the summertime. And you could have rain for a week or 100-degree. Last year we had sports camps going on with 95-degree heat. This would allow for year-round. Right now, all of our athletic teams were indoor at some point in time for the spring season, either playing tennis, baseball, lacrosse. The only people outside, I think, were track and field. But the track and the fields were unusable, and I think their first games were played today, as a matter of fact, for lacrosse. And it allows for growth of recreational opportunities, not only in the facility, indoor facility, but outside at the tennis courts, and looking at the expansion there. This would create, the other thing of the concept is that we would create a new commercial zone, and taking a look at the Blinn tennis courts. That footprint is bigger than the current Big Y footprint. In and of itself, it's bigger than much bigger than the Big Y footprint. It is literally half the size of the buildings and the shops. This is something, if you just take a look at scale of what these other facilities are paying in property taxes, that could generate, 6 figures worth of property taxes per year. And it's something that you could take a look at in terms of having a two-story complex. It could be in similar design of the shops. It would save the money that we're looking at spending. I'm sorry, for the resurfacing or redoing of the current Blinn courts. I apologize. And it creates a new tax base. Like I said, it's at least 6 figures plus if you compare it to the other buildings around. The court, when you take a look at the courts, the other thing about talking about and I didn't mention it when we talked about the indoor facility, is that by offering indoor tennis year-round, there's the opportunity for lessons throughout the year, obviously. Park and Rec already does run programs similar to that outside. But when you take a look at a tennis pro and they have an $80 fee, half of that is generally going to the owners of the court. So there's great enhancement in year-round play for people if that's their slice of life, playing tennis. Next on there would be, again, this is something that's going to be coming down the road. There already were statements of interest for the middle schools. They were pulled. They are going to be, the middle school working group has been reconstituted by the school committee to take a look at this and to come back and at some point in time, they're going to issue statements of interest. So that's the footprint of the middle school right now. There's enough acreage on there for them to do whatever they need to do, whether it's to expand the school, add an addition, rebuild, or whether it comes back. Again, this process, and this was something that I did run by the superintendent. Obviously, this would be a process that there would have to be a school building committee formed, statements of interest submitted, school building committee formed if it was approved. This is not under the purview of the board. But what it does with the next slide is that if it comes back and it has a reduction in schools, is it offers the town the ability to look at consolidation of those two school buildings of Glenbrook Middle School and Williams. It could flip around and it could be at Glenbrook. We're just putting it in here as an idea to take a look at. There's an opportunity to save money with consolidation, obviously. It unifies the student body in 3 grade classes earlier than it does now at the high school. And I think the schools would be able to do it because there was a decision made to move 5th grade back to the elementary school about 4 or 5 years ago. And we know that there's been a decline in student population over the last few years as well. But what it does do is it allows, when you take a look at Glenbrook has, and there's one thing that was really important at the bottom point there. It would allow for more balanced class sizes. There's actually a disparity between the two schools in terms of class sizes per school. And perhaps, I should say, that it would offer a more balanced class size between the two middle schools. So if you take a look at the property at Glenbrook, that facility has 2 entry points for handicap accessibility. There's an upper and a lower. Again, the concept is you have a building there that could be repurposed. It doesn't mean that you can't knock it down and build new, but the ability, we have a council on aging that's looking for expansion of services. This is a building that's much larger than the current facility, and there's enough land behind the school down below where the athletic fields are that potentially you could look at an over 55 type of housing complex. For people that are looking to, they're baby boomers and kids are empty nesters and the kids are out of the house. It affords the opportunity for those folks to still stay in town and be part of the community. And again, the concept calls for there's enough land to do things like that. It's not saying what would go there. So providing alternative housing is something we hear all the time where people say, well, my kids are out of the school system, I'm paying X number of thousands of dollars, and what do I get for it? This allows people to maybe scale down or move out. There's the property at Chestnut Hill in East Long Meadow is growing with Long Meadow residents who are moving and staying close to Long Meadow. So it gives them the chance to stay in here. It would give them potentially a chance to stay here in town. This then gives us the opportunity, if you move the Council on Aging, to move our municipal offices over to Greenwood and consolidate them. As you know, that we have, in the red outline is only the parking lot, the driveway and the parking lot and the building at Greenwood. The part over to the left there are all the ball fields. The proposed walking path wouldn't be disturbed. It would still be there. And the tennis courts that are still there as well and so forth. So the building itself would give us the ability to consolidate our town offices. We have accountant, HR, health in the downstairs of the community house. It gives an easier service area for town residents to go and either pay their bills. And again, it's something where Park and Rec can move their offices to there, or they can look at the tennis facility. Again, if they were running it, it gives us options to put our staff together and have them in one complex. And it's still a main road, easy to get to, and it would be more of a, since we're already putting money into Greenwood in terms of the electrical, and we were already talking about potentially putting a generator there to make it a secondary emergency operations center. Town Hall failed, with the exception of one room in the October storms. The old select board meeting room, for some reason, was wired up where the rest of Town Hall wasn't. So this then looks at if Town Hall were to move, and the folks were going to move out of the basement of the community house, it gives us some opportunity to look at those parcels of property. And again, I haven't looked at what potentially could go there, but it also lets us open up the discussions of, we talked last year about the Cordis property and the ability to access that, but the entry point to that property, if the town hall was commercialized, for example, it is contiguous to town hall and the community house, and if you put those parcels together, there's an opportunity to create something that could be revenue enhancement for the town itself. I'm not talking about selling them, I don't know what that would be, but it's opportunity to take a look at that. And what I'm looking for out of here is I would ask that the select board form a steering committee, and it would be made up of folks that I would say my idea would be folks that understand building, permitting process in terms of what to put, where to put it. Folks have a different way to do that for a living, of looking at every square inch of land and saying, how can you squeeze something in there? But it would be a subcommittee of the select board to find out if the plan is feasible. And take a look at it and say whether or not these things can be done, how they can be done. Then they take a look at the cost benefits. Again, what I'm putting out here is a concept. It's not what I would think. I'm not a developer. I'm not someone that can look at and say, yes, you can put 55 housing over here, and here's how many units you can fit. I do know by talking to some people that they have that information right off the top of their head. A lot different than my way of thinking. So, again, what I'm looking for is the board look at a steering committee, take a look at the things that we actually have on the agenda at town meeting, and if the board chooses to fund them, but just hold it in abeyance like we did with DPW vehicles. Find out if this is something that we can achieve, because what it does is it looks at a long-term for the town, and it takes away the short-term addressing of needs. I'm not saying don't fund them to deny the money be paid for, whether it's the courts or the fields at Wolf Swamp, but if it comes back and the steering committee says this is a feasible plan, here's some of the cost benefits that we looked at, and here's what it will look like it would cost you, and the board says, gee, that's insane, then we release the funds. The tennis courts, we were told, aren't going to be done primarily in the fall anyway. This would give us some time to look at this concept and see if it's something that could be implemented or adopted, much like the select board did with the long-range plan. The difference is that long-range plan was then put on the shelf, and the board didn't want to, over time, address the serious issues, in my opinion, of what was facing the town. So this would be the point in time where you hold the public hearings, you would have citizens' comments, and take a look at flushing out whether or not this thing actually makes sense or not. But that's the concept in general. As I said, it's not my plan. I never intended it to be my plan. It's a concept that I wanted to bring to the board, but I think it's something that if we're serious about taking a look at what's facing the town, and this doesn't involve water and sewer and drainage lines and so forth, but what it does is it brings revenue in town to pay for the projects that we already are going to have on our agenda for years to come. And the revenue will continue once the projects are completed or paid for. The revenue will continue. So, thank you for the opportunity to present it. And if you want to ask questions, go ahead. But my answer is going to be, it's not my idea. So.
Which is hard to believe, because it's called Paul's vision.
No.
Should be Paul and Richard's vision. That's what it should be.
But I don't have all the answers.
We're 2 minutes over.
Well, I have a few comments. One is, when you start doing long-range plans, what you've recommended is a steering committee, and then you've recommended forums and the public. I think that's a little backwards. What you really have to do is you have to start with the public and move forward. We do have a master plan, and I looked at the master plan. It does not include all of these alterations and changes in the property. We discussed on this board about a month or so ago, probably even 2 months ago at this point in time, about having a spring forum where we start talking about building on the master long-range plan. And I think that's where we need to look at it. Now, if I could go down list by list about a lot of the concerns I have on uses of a lot of the properties. But I think one of the important things is, when we're going to be doing master planning and expanding like this on land uses, we really have to include the planning board. We have to include the middle school group that's been working on where the middle school is going to be for many, many years. We have to talk to Parks and Rec when we're talking about what we're going to do with Bliss Park, what we're going to be doing with Wolf Swamp School. All of these stakeholders really have to be part of the discussion from the very beginning before we start putting out things on what's going to be placed there. So I would, in some ways, agree with your next steps, but I think the next step really is we have to go back and start building from the master plan and the stakeholders that we have here. If I go further in some of the concerns, and that is when you start moving things like the Blinn tennis courts and you're putting commercial property there, when you're putting commercial property where the heart of the town is right now, you're talking about changing the feeling and environment, the milieu of the town, and what it means to be Long Meadow. You're also talking about some very drastic traffic pattern changes. You're talking about increasing heavily the traffic downtown where the kids like to walk right now. You're talking about the image of what it's going to look like. We're going to be more of a commercial town rather than more of a town in which people are walking to and mixed use. And my understanding now, when we're talking Pioneer Valley planning and you talk about community planning in today's day, you really have to look at mixed use in areas. And traffic flow is very, very important. The other concern I have is a lot of time when you're talking about these the income that's going to be derived from these, I think that's very loose. I don't really see how we're going to see that sort of money deriving from it. And at the same time, the cost of acquiring the Grand Meadows and then renovating the Grand Meadows, right there, you're talking $3 to $5 million, because that place really is going to require a tremendous amount of work on it. So I'm concerned about that aspect of it. I tried to take notes and then we talked timelines. Right now, people are ready to renovate the Blinn tennis courts. We're talking about being able to, even getting the water tower property, the changeover is going to be taking at least 2 years before we could even develop that for residential. Schools, middle school, we're talking 8 years out. So this is something that we're really not going to see major changes in the town, I would say easily 8 years plus. So I think we have plenty of time to go back to the master plan, and instead of a steering committee, this select board should be involved with where we're going and what our next steps are. And when it comes to a vision and a plan, I agree, we really need to sit down and look at some long-term, long-range planning, but I think it has to be more organic than coming in with this preset idea about 8 to 10 properties in town. Any other questions or comments on where we are? Alex?
I mean, I guess first of all, Paul, I'm impressed by the amount of work that went into this. I mean, it's obviously you and Richard gave it a lot of thought, and I can't begin to grasp all the implications of it, but I think it's something that's useful to spur discussion at a minimum. The one specific question that I had for you, though, was you were talking about the Williams Middle School, and there would be a school building committee that you said, as you understood, would not be formed under the select board's authority, or I might have gotten that.
I may have misstated it.
Or I might not have
The school building committee is appointed by the select board and the school committee. Okay, but the school building itself is not under the just like the current school.
Right, okay, I see what your point is.
That's what I meant. It would be a separate entity that, first of all, the statements of interest would have to be submitted, approved, and
Right.
you're talking a process of 5 to 7, 8 years down the road when that looks like it's going to happen. So that's what I meant. It was
Okay.
just, yeah.
I mean, I guess, to me, I guess I'd like to make a more general point that I'd like everybody on the select board to consider, is if we do get to the point where we're considering the renovation or replacement of Williams Middle School or any other school, I'd like to see a different process by which the school building committee is constituted, how it's supervised. One of the concerns I had when we had the high school project, which I did support, was that you had a board that was unelected and wielded a lot of power. And I think that any school building committee going forward ought to be either accountable to the voters or accountable ultimately to an elected board, such that the elected board has to feel the heat for whatever decision is made. I think the reason why there's still a lot of hard feelings about the high school is that people never really got to vote on the one thing that mattered the most, which was whether to renovate or to build new. I mean, that was a good debate to have. That decision was made by the school building committee. Obviously, people of, goodwill and the best of intentions, but, ultimately, that was not something that where people, there was no election on that point. There was no ultimate accountability. So I hope as we go forward, we make it clear that any school building committee ought to be a subcommittee of the select board, and that the committee being have the role of making recommendations, which we would then adopt or not. And if the people in town don't like the decisions that we make, then they can elect us, then they can vote us out of office. But at least there will be that accountability.
Oh, Mark, I'm sorry.
That's right. It just, Paul, I'll add my comments to, and thanks to you and Richard and whoever put that together. Clearly, a lot of thought went into that. My take on it is there, I'm seeing this, without a lot of advance note, is that there's some elements in there that are great ideas. And there's some elements in there I might not right off the top support. And I think that as we go through the kinds of things we're doing, I think that as we move forward, we ought to look at these elements and the elements in there that make sense. And some of them are very compatible with the things that we've already said we wanted to do. And so to my mind, I think we ought to roll this into the overall planning program that we have, the long-range plan that we have. The planning commission, planning board should obviously take a look at this thing, and we should get some people to comment on the elements that I think have merit, and the elements that may have merit but won't fly politically, and the elements that may not have merit. And I say that because I think there's a lot of people who have a great affinity for our town administration buildings being where they are, whether they make sense or not, whether we've outgrown them or not. But be that as, and there may be value, in my opinion, to have the town hall near the police department, near the fire department, that kind of stuff. But be that as it may, as a single element of this thing, I think there's got to be a way that we take a grander vision of the town of Long Meadow. I know that there are other discussions beside these that are going on, and Paul, you've had, I think there's 7 or 8 elements in this thing, and there are probably a few others, everything from regional dispatch possibilities to some other things going around in town. I think we ought to find a way to put them all in and get the best. And I don't know the best way to do it, but, it's been a while since we've had a long-range planning committee take a look at a lot of our facilities, and maybe we ought to do that again.
All right.
Richard?
Yeah, I don't think there was ever an intent to have this as a finalized plan. It was accumulation of a lot of thoughts that were presented. And Paul, I know personally Paul's opinion was never that this was to circumvent anybody. I think the main thing it was to focus attention back to the fact that if you go back to history of the boards, we seem to reinvent the wheel every year. And we just don't get far down the road before we get a new member on and we reinvent the wheel again. And I think there was when I've talked to Paul, there seemed to be an essence back there to get a living document that we would embrace, that would go beyond the next election and the next election after that. The 2004 study has been put up on a shelf, and it was a fantastic study. And I heard everything you said, Marina, and all of that's true. Every comment that's been made here is true. I think the fact that we're missing is that we do not have an active planning group that is moving forward with this, independent of all of us. I'm talking holistically, not to smile about this, but we don't have any evidence that there's a holistic planning group that moves forward with all of these issues. And I see Dom shaking his head, and it's a fact. I've noticed that everybody is doing their own thing, and it's not under an umbrella. And I think that's what Paul, that's certainly what my feelings were, is that maybe it's time that we set leadership direction and establish something, regardless of how we feel about it. Let's get above how we feel about it and look at the process. What does this community deserve? And I say it needs a higher level of planning up here that is advising everybody, and it's made up of a cross balance.
Well, wait, no. I have a real problem with that statement and the way this whole thing's been rolled out. First of all, there are groups in town that are planning, that are looking at the larger picture. And if this master plan has been put on the shelf, it's because this board for many years hasn't pulled it out and done anything with it. When Paul Santinello was chairman, he could have brought out the long-range plan and we could have done something about it. If you really are interested in moving on the long-range plan, because it's such a great thing, why wasn't anyone talked to who helped put together that long-range plan? We have the head of community development here. When we had Robin Crosby here as town manager, she used to get together with the planning and zoning, and they would sit there and they would look at it. And it would depend on this board to say, let's look at this piece of property, let's have our meetings where we sit down and we do long-range planning meetings. Now, I know you and I, Richard, talked about that and how other towns are doing that, and we should really we could get a facilitator and we could move along. But this isn't doing that. This is all of a sudden putting on, well, here's 8 or 10 things that we're going to do. If we really wanted to work together as a community and to bring in a plan and to make it successful, we would have started doing this sometime this year or sometime last year. And I don't feel comfortable taking this big plan and say, well, now we're going to get a steering group to discuss this plan. What I would prefer to do is we start to regroup the people that did the master plan. We bring in different, as you said, stakeholders, and then we look at it and we can start making decisions. Now, in some ways, we were sort of doing that. We said, well, here's the water tower property. It's something that can be done in a timely manner soon, and we should probably make a decision as we go along what we're going to do with the water tower property. Or the DPW complex. Right now, we're talking about citing DPW. Do you know how many conversations this board has had about citing DPW that they've totally kicked the ball on and refused to take that next step? So it's great to put all these things on, and we're going to talk about this, and we're going to move it down, but you're talking about making the decisions and pushing them way down the road. And I don't think that gets us anywhere closer to where we're going to do in a long-range plan. I appreciate the work going into it, but what I don't appreciate was the fact that other people were not brought into it and consulted. There's people right now that a special task force that's working on the senior center. Were they ever called and discussed with it? No. So I have trouble starting with this and getting a steering group together to discuss this plan specifically.
Okay, apparently you didn't listen to what I said, or you chose not to internalize what I said, because it certainly is not the point that you just brought out. So we leave it up to the board. I pretty well said what I think we need to be doing, and I think pretty well say where I think I see improvements that could be made. I'm not going to personalize the issue. That's not my point. I have no ownership on it. I've been in organizations that did a lot of really serious planning, and they left the personalities at the door when they started planning. And I still don't think that we're consolidated on our planning to the point where it's beneficial to our community. I think we've got a lot of pockets of fantastic people that are doing great stuff, but essentially in a vacuum. It's not been put all together.
Under the town organization, the town manager is the director of planning and community development. And although I was not involved in the development of this plan, there are elements of it that are intriguing. I have familiarized myself with the long-range plan from 2004.
2004, yeah.
2004 that was spoken about. I did focus really only on the housing and the economic development portions because that seemed to be the most related to what was presented. And I'll be honest with you, one of the things that, and I don't want to step on the planning board chair's toes, but when I was preparing for this job, for interviewing, I do have a significant amount of planning and economic development experience. In fact, that was my job in 2 different cities for almost 8 years, was developing plans and then seeing to it that they were implemented. And one of the things that I think drives planning in the terms of like master planning and conceptual planning, not administering the planning and zoning bylaws, is the need to have something planned. And I think one of the things that came out loud and clear from this long-range plan was that because of the character of the community, the development profile, the really lack of available land resources and the cost to redevelop, there really isn't a lot of planning to be done. That said, it doesn't, just because you are who you are doesn't mean you can't make improvements. I do think tax-based expansion is something we need to be concerned about, because with such a finite, really very marginal ability to achieve new growth, which this report rightly says we are one of the lowest in the state in terms of generating new growth. Every time the cost to do business goes up, everybody's same tax bill goes up, because we're not bringing more taxpayers into the fold. So, there were recommendations in the long-range plan that were included conceptually that the long-range planning committee said we don't support this, but we put it in here just for discussion purposes. I guess since it was just a concept and not really a plan, I was not clear on some of the specifics of it, especially if we're not going to do Blind Courts this year to save the $750,000. And I know you said it doesn't mean not to do that, but moving the Blind Tennis Courts over to Bliss Park, which then you create kind of a node of recreation, but surely it'll be more expensive to develop the courts there than it will to repair the ones we have. But these, like I said, I don't know what the right answer for meeting the timelines for town meeting for the projects that have already been approved that would relate to this. But I think I will agree with something Marie said. I'm sure that this long-range plan was a development of a whole lot of meetings and public input before, things were written and, slides developed. That said, again, like I said, there are parts of the vision that are intriguing. If money and zoning were no object, if you could just move the pieces around the board, so to speak, if we're playing a game, it would be kind of neat to see some of that stuff happen. I guess the question I have, and to some extent I don't know if Walter will weigh in on this, most of the things to me from my planning background that need to be done to go from concept to reality on the vision involve bonding and zoning decisions. And I guess who gets to make the decisions on that stuff?
Are you asking me?
It's more of a general question. I guess the town meeting makes the decisions and all that stuff. And so I think, in terms of if we're going to have a steering committee, I think my recommendation would be myself, the planning board, the zoning board, or at least members of them, maybe 2 members, so you don't have to post every single meeting you have, and get started there by looking at, what is our existing zoning code? What's allowable? What's allowed under the vision? What can we do today without having to go to town meeting for a zoning bylaw change? That would be, to me, a good place to start.
Walter.
Okay, first, I didn't come here with any prepared notes. I was invited to listen to your presentation, which was excellent.
Walter is the head of the planning board.
Chair of the planning board, Town of Long Meadow. First of all, I want to definitely commend Richard and Paul for their vision, because this has come up several times before. There's several pieces the town is sort of, and Mark and I know this. Mark and I we sat on a committee to try to relocate and repurpose the DPW facility, and we came up with a plan and project and proposals. So you guys, that's great, and that's what we need to do. It's sort of I'd call it a kick in the rear end, because we have all these disconnected parts in Long Meadow. And as I've been watching you guys talk and discuss, I will stand behind the town manager, and he's right. The previous town manager chose to be the acting, director of community development. And it is in the charter. And Robin chose not to do that because there's a lot of bigger problems. She was taking on major issues, consolidation of town services, new schools. It was a big deal. So she chose not to take that job. I think what we need to do is run with these vision, and maybe the town manager should be the point person, start the process of looking at all these segments and putting them together. I think the time really is here. We looked at when Twin Hills was on the verge of bankruptcy, and that was a big, we really threw that together very quickly, and that was a project to look at what could we do with the Twin Hills property. We could take it by eminent domain if the town could prove a useful purpose for it. And then we were looking at that time at schools, looking at, a retirement community, all these purposes, and then at the end of the day, Twin Hills bailed themselves out, and time marches on as we see it today. Paul, the ideas are wonderful. We looked at, yes, the commercialization, expanding the Blinn courts is great. Repurposing buildings is excellent. I will mention one caution here. You can't use the word master plan too much, because as the state defines it, a master plan is a whole nother procedure you go through that I don't think Long Meadow needs. We don't need a master plan. A town like, say, East Hampton, Massachusetts, or Holyoke, Mass, for example, have master plans because they've got, it really is repurposing. They've got an ancient infrastructure. They had different reasons for different buildings, or they have tons of open space that needs to be really what the community needs to define what the future of that property is going to be. So we go back to the long-range plan. You remember that was a state project. The state funded it. Long Meadow got a grant, and we put citizens together and created the long-range plan. What was interesting about that really was that the people who were managing that long-range plan sort of pretty much put the words in our mouth. I mean, our committees came up with things, and then the plan sort of had plug-ins. It was almost like boilerplate. Certain aspects, if you look back at that long-range plan, looked like boilerplate that was put in based on Long Meadow. And that long-range plan is really, someone mentioned tonight, it's on the shelf. I think you did, Richard, and it really is. It's the planning board was supposed to work with it. Robin Crosby was very good for years. We filled in, a lot of the requirements, a lot of the questions in it were slowly filled in, but it's dated now. So I guess I'm going to throw out to the town manager and the select board. It is a good time for us to all get together and really do what Paul and Richard have proposed, and that's really look at some of these big components. We know we need new middle schools. We know we need more recreational space, and we know we need a new DPW. So with all this said, I guess I'm going to charge you folks with trying to put together, the proper components to make it viable, and you can pitch it to the public. And Marie, you're correct in saying, bring in people from Council on Aging, bring in the various groups, and work on it going forward. So I'm sorry that's unscripted, and those are my comments for this. And then
Thank you for coming in with those.
Thanks.
Paul?
Yeah, I want to I obviously didn't make myself clear. And this is somewhat the reaction that I expected, but when I specifically said that this was developed because the dots got connected. And the dots got connected from talking to a bunch of different people about a bunch of different issues, whether you're at the mobile station, Big Y, or whatever, and saying, what about this, what about this, what about this? So specifically to answer you, Marie, that when I was chair a year ago, this wasn't what it was in my thought process. It literally was connected about 3 to 4 months ago. The reason why building committees for the Council on Aging haven't been involved, for example, is because we, as a select board, have never heard from that group. It's a private group that gets together and talks about that they submitted the petition and drive. The reaction is, you can have whatever reaction. As I said, and Walter, the word master plan was taken off and vision was put down specifically for issues like that, because it's not my plan. It's a concept, it's an idea, it's things to look at. We look at things in piecemeal fashion and say, well, we should go do this. We looked at the Cordes property last year without having a plan, and we're willing to spend $1 million+ on a piece of property of which we had no intention to use, because it was there. And that's not a bad reason to buy it, but we had no plan for it. The concept is to take a look at everything that we have on the table. Nothing up there, with the exception of the tennis facility, so to speak, was anything that we're not going to be talking about in the next 10 years anyway. And when you get the buy-in from the community, and first of all, and people may have assumed that I was excluding groups, All I talked about was a steering committee of people like professionals and so forth. So there was nothing exclusionary in that because, again, it's just a concept, and I'm not the brightest bulb in the shed, so I'm not saying that's the plan Long Meadow should look like. But the idea is that when you have something that you get off the ground like that, to put together whether or not it's even feasible, you don't need public input about any of that because that's not even what the final product is going to look like. I gave a concept. Are the Blinn tennis courts going to move? Is it going to change the character of town? Everything changes the character of the town that we do. You put Max Burger in, go by the parking lot of that facility, of those shops on any given day, and they're twice as full as what they were 2 years ago. Did that change the part of the outlook of the town? Sure, it did. Go take a look at putting up fences at Turner Park for baseball fields. Does that change it? Sure it does. But everything we do changes it, whether we build a new high school or whether we build a new middle school or town offices. Is there value to have the town offices in the center of town? Maybe. I don't know. I'm just saying there's an opportunity. One of the things we hear about is that they're not designed to meet the needs of the constituents. You know, when you have an accountant office down in the basement with our health officer and our HR department, and we're putting dollars after dollars. So this is really just to get us to think about saying, here's what we're looking at anyway. And why not try to take it a step further and see, A, is it feasible? Is there any appetite for this stuff? Or, God forbid, we have $300 million worth of underground utilities that we have to replace and paving and all that stuff. Don't even think about this. Or is it a way to where you get buy-in from the community that now the projects don't become so polarizing that it's a buy-in of the projects for the long term as opposed to, I want my school, I want my senior center, I want my DPW facility, I want my town hall. That's the idea behind it, is that if you put the plan out to the residents, you're not talking about the building of a school or DPW facility, you're talking about the improvement for the town of Long Meadow. And again, people can still reject it. They can still go to the zone and say, we're not going to change a bit of zoning on there at the town meeting, and that's fine. But it's better than going out there and saying, we want to cite something here or there or whatever, and not have a longer-term outlook for it. So it's really not, I just want everybody to understand that it's a concept. It's to bring out there to say, let's talk about it. My idea would be that you're going to need someone who has financial experience, whether it's a finance committee member or the CFO or the town manager is part of the planning, but I'm looking at something that's a subcommittee of the board to answer back to the board, because these are dollar amounts at some point in time that go in there, and zoning issues have to be placed on warrants and things like that. So that's the idea. So I want to make myself clear. It's not my plan. I'm not saying anything's going to be removed, changed, or otherwise done. It's to present the concept to go forward with.
Marie? I have a question, because I think Stephen mentioned it and Mr. Gunn mentioned as well. Said that the town manager is the director of community development under the charter. I spent about
It's in a
5.
contract. I think it was in a contract.
No, it's in the contract and the charter.
It's in the charter.
It's in both.
Yeah.
I've looked at the charter, and I've got it up. I've searched in vain for that, and it would be a little anomalous if it were in the charter, because all of the other duties are consistent with the concept of the town manager being the chief administrative officer.
Well, we'll
And-
look it up right now. 'cause
Well,
I'm-
no, I've already looked it up. Maybe if everybody else wants to look
Yeah,
it up,
everyone else has their own
that's
charts.
fine. But, I mean, I guess and I kind of compare it to the discussion that we had previously about the authority of the town manager to issue press reports. And again, it talks about coordinating press reports about town departments. And then that has morphed into this freestanding ability to issue press releases on the casino negotiations.
That was a directive of this board.
No,
Alex, are you familiar with any other town that has town managers and what those town managers actually do?
I
understand
Okay, let's, I'm
Actually-
sorry, I should have interrupted. Continue.
And I guess, and it also, kind of harks back to the discussion we were having at the beginning of this meeting, which to me, the most serious of which was the authority of the board being respected, which I would hope would be something that would transcend every issue because and every personality, because whoever's in power, whatever the issue is, I mean, that institutional concern ought to be, respected. So, in any event, I mean, I was just surprised by that, and I've looked for it. I mean, and I guess it's, and, you know, but I guess it bears in mind, you know, if we're going to have a steering committee, if we're going to have some other process, you know, do we conceive of the town manager, you know, with as many duties as the chief administrative officer, also being, you know, sort of a policymaker? And I think ultimately, I think that's the role of this board.
Well,
I think where you're confused at on this is that, and as the person who is an expert in municipal government, I can tell you that I am part of my job is to make policy recommendations. The select board, as the policy-making body, gets to affirm, reject, or otherwise modify those recommendations. I get a clear vibe from you that you don't even think I should make policy recommendations, and that everything should emanate from the board, a part-time board, not a full-time municipal administration professional. Do I understand you correctly on that? I did not. Walter said it was in the charter. I'm not sure about that because I have gone back and looked. It is
Article 6, Section 6-4, Paragraph B.
Okay, so it is also in my contract for whatever it's
Wait a minute,
worth.
where are you?
Article 6, Section 6-4, Paragraph B. I can read it if you want.
When we're talking about the authority of the board, what concerns me is that we're now talking about putting together a steering committee over 1 or 1.5, depending if Richard's going to accept that this is part of his vision of Long Meadow. If we really want to decide, and this board wants to be effective, then this board should get together and say, listen, this is the parts, this is what we want to consider, this is what we're going to give a directive for the community developer to look at and see what is appropriate and possible. To have someone come in and say, okay, I have 10 items, this is what we should pull a steering committee to make a decision on, it is not a way to bring this board into an effective means. So I think, again, we should have a meeting in which we invite the planning board, we invite zoning, we invite Parks and Rec, and we pull together a plan that we want to be considered and looked at. And we also have the input of the community, the head of community development, because I have a feeling there's a lot of wisdom in this town and a lot of wisdom in this room already, and that's how we're going to actually effectively move forward. To take this plan and say, okay, what do we think about the water tower property? And then we rip it apart and we move things out. I don't think it's going to get us anywhere soon. So I agree on us doing some community long-range planning, but I think it really needs to be either emanate from the various boards to make a possible, they could start by looking at Paul and Richard's vision, or we as a board looking at that and deciding what we want to go forward. But to have 1 or 2 people from the board say, okay, this is going to be our long-range plan, let's decide if we're going to do it or not.
I think you missed, I didn't say it's my plan. It's not the town's long-range plan. I don't know what part of that gets beyond you, that it's a concept, it's an idea that was presented to this board. And the idea that you're talking about getting together with the planning board, the idea is if you put a steering committee together that says, look at this, does any of this make sense? And you have the same people involved, what's the difference? You're saying that I want this vision for the town, and I've said it twice. This is not my vision for Long Meadow. It's an idea, it's a concept.
But you're asking for a steering committee to be built on the exact thing of looking at this vision. And I think the vision is interesting, it gets us moving, but I don't think a steering committee should decide on one person's vision. This whole select board should decide with our community planner what the long-range plan is that we pull the steering committee together on. To say that this isn't your plan and you're not asking for it, but you're asking for a steering committee to be put into place to look at this, that's where I'm having a real problem with the disconnect there.
There's not a motion, it was just a suggestion. Why don't we argue about nothing?
Can I ask a question?
I mean, this is ridiculous.
No, I have a
No, I'm talking, please. Well, I mean, it's ridiculous discussion. They just presented things for the select board to think about. There's no directive, it was a suggestion. We don't have to do anything. We could sit here like previous boards have done for many years and do nothing. I mean, we need to move on to something, because we need time to internalize and think about this, because this discussion is not going anyplace. It's a waste of everybody's time. I know it's in here, fine, we know that. Everybody knows their roles and functions, but that's not the issue.
I just have a question about the presentation, Richard. because you said it's not, I accept everything you're saying, it's not your plan. What is the goal? What was your goal in developing it and then presenting it at the select board? Because I think when you're right, Richard, we should take some time to think about it. It would help me to know what was your intent, what's the goal, because honestly, it's not.
Well, this is
clear
the
to
first
me.
time that the board has seen it, because I haven't presented it to the board. So, again, the takeaways would be to take a look at a steering committee. And what does that entail? I didn't say what the steering committee is going to look at. I didn't say this is what I'm going to point the people to the steering committee. I didn't say any of that. To look at putting together a steering committee to see if a plan like this is feasible. So if someone comes back and says, you're going to have so much angst to move into Blinn tennis courts, don't even think about it, take it out of there. You know what? The middle schools are going to take 5 to 7 to 8 years, according to the superintendent. So you know what? Let's put them over here. That's basically to look at and say, first of all, these are projects that we're talking about right now, with the exception of making Blinn a commercial property. Okay, so let me be clear. And talking about repurposing town hall over to, but it's the idea of saying, these are projects we have on the table. We have no disrespect, we have no coordinated plan on how to attack them. We're going to go and eat the 500-pound elephant all at once. We're not even going to take a bite at a time. So the idea was saying, look, they're already on the table. Let's talk about, is there a way? I had a sequence of events. That doesn't mean that's the way it goes. But it was, again, things connected that said, hey, wait a minute, if we do fields, then Park and Rec doesn't need 32 acres of fields or 36 acres of field, or 40 actually would be. We could and again, it would take an act of the legislature. What's involved in that? I don't know. That's what the steering committee will look at, what the town manager plan and so forth. But yes, there's 6 acres up there that theoretically could be carved out because now you have a baseball complex instead of multi-purpose fields over there. Baseball would be happy, soccer and lacrosse would be happy. We heard how bad the fields are and all this other stuff. So it was just saying, look, that's what's out there. How do we go and attack it? That was an idea, a thought. But if you had a committee that was formed to take a look at it and say, here's what's good, here's what's bad about it, okay? Here's what's really horrible about it. We shouldn't even talk about that. Great, throw it out. But that was my intent. It's not to say do this, okay? It's a hell of a plan. But I'm not saying to do that because I don't know what's right, what's not right. But again, one dot connected to the other and just said, here's an idea. And it really was that. It really was taking a look at it and say, hey, what happens if we did that? But if we're going to do a new middle school, and we're not going to talk about the rest of the town, and there you got some folks that want a new facility, they don't even want to repurpose school for that, then, it might not be worth it, because you might not get support from members of the council on aging that say, we don't want to use school again.
Honestly, that clarifies.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions? No other comments? Okay,
Just so you
moving
know, we have
on
Gordon outside.
to the next, and thank you very much for coming in.
My pleasure.
Yeah,
Well, I want
thanks,
to stay
Walter.
for the next.
Oh, the next thing, okay.
Yeah, please.
The next is new business, update on the water tower property and Wi-Fi network. Beginning of February, we had a special, what was a regular town, select board meeting, but it was dedicated to revenue enhancements. And the two things that came out of that, I believe, is the February 3rd meeting was to talk to the school committee about whether they were going to be using the water tower property, because right now in a bylaw, it was shared between Parks and Rec and the schools for building a new school. And then the Wi-Fi network, we had asked for the town manager to look into the possibilities of a revenue enhancement with the Wi-Fi network.
Mhm.
So can you give us your update?
Briefly, I did, per the vote of the select board, I did go to the school committee and make the request. Now, technically, I did go back and review the video from the meeting. The vote was to go ask the school committee to declare it surplus and no longer need for the original purpose, but after, between that and conferring with Attorney Martell, the vote that really was needed for the school committee to really advance the intent, because I watched the whole debate, and the intent of the board is to have it under the jurisdiction of the select board. And that vote is actually to transfer care, custody, maintenance, and control to the select board. So that is, I went with the intent of the board and asked the school committee to consider doing that transfer. There was some lengthy discussion about the issue. I think that the thing that, I think the school committee rightly feels like they are giving something up, but as I try to convey to them, the practical reality is back, 40-odd years ago when this was done, well, first of all, it was the Board of Parks Commissioners and the school committee the Board of Parks Commissioners is now the Select Board. And back then, I believe the school committee probably was in the business of developing recreational fields or playgrounds, which is the specific purpose that the land was acquired for. So anything besides, and that's where actually the one you just laid out would actually fit with that directive, anything besides recreational or playground needs the 2/3 vote of town meeting and the vote of legislature, because you're changing the public purpose. The school, once the charter change was done and the building, the real estate function of the schools was transferred into the general government side, the school is no longer in the business of developing playgrounds, recreation fields, or anything else. That all comes from the town side. So I communicated that to the school committee. They are taking it under advisement. I haven't conferred with the chair in terms of what upcoming meeting he will have the question placed on as an agenda item. But there was a good dialogue about it. I think it is clear that, the school committee did express some interest in pursuing development, I should say, or reuse of the property jointly with the select board. But I did convey that, again, that really is not a function of the school committee or the school district's post-charter change. So hopefully they will approve a vote pursuant to the select board's request. On the Wi-Fi network, I did follow up with the town of Pepperell, which was the example Mark had used, and I exchanged some emails with the IT director up there, and realized pretty quickly that I was completely out of my depth in really understanding what goes behind the bars on my phone in terms of what a Wi-Fi network is. I think I'm willing to admit when I know what I don't know, and when I thought there'd be an easy takeaway of how this thing works in Pepperell, and after talking to both the town administrator and the IT director, I realized I need some help in doing this. Through this process, I discovered we actually have an IT board in the town that hasn't really met, but it does exist. And so I have now exchanged communications with the head of the IT board, which is a group of citizens, and we are trying to set up a time to meet to go over what the goal is with the Wi-Fi network, and hopefully there's some knowledge on that board about how to get started. And then the next plan is obviously to either go back to Pepperell or have a conference call with them and further understand their model with people who know a little more about IT than I do.
Two questions. With the school committee and the changing of that language for the vote, do they have the language from the attorney of what they would need to vote on? Okay. And the other thing is, when you mentioned the IT board, because I was going to bring this up and you jogged my memory, they were appointed almost 2 years ago. I don't believe they've had a meeting. They're a public body appointed by the select board, or was formed by the select board and school committee. No, we did interview folks for that. And they haven't had a meeting, and the purpose of that particular board was to meet with the IT director to discuss the needs of the town and come back to the select board and the school committee, or school committee select board, with recommendations of what we needed for IT. And like I said, I was going to bring it up at a previous meeting, and I forgot. I'm concerned that they haven't met, because their role specifically was to be a collaborative body with the IT director to provide, I'm going to use my words, experience, in the industry, to bring back to the IT director about what we need to do for the schools in town.
Like similar to the audit committee does for the auditor?
Yeah.
Like that?
Yeah, but their role was specific to be, if the IT director says, here's what the plan is, they were to come back and, challenge it, enhance it, whatever, using their various backgrounds. And I don't know how we've had, because I was thinking about it with the budget, how we've had the budget recommendation, and they were supposed to meet on a monthly basis. That's another committee that kind of fell through the cracks. But they have a chair, they have a vice chair. I was at the meeting with Michael Clark, and we helped set that up in terms of them getting organized. But it's been 2 years, so they should have done some.
Well, like I said, I think this is a perfectly good issue to get them reconstituted and thinking about the IT needs of the town.
Stephen, just to be clear, when I initiated that proposal or request, the intent was to provide a Wi-Fi or WiMAX system accessible by both citizens and the municipality. And by citizens, I meant as an alternatives on-ramp to the internet, or whatever, however people call it, and by a municipality for everything from reading water meters by pushing a button down at IT to, communicating with our police, fire, and whatever it is. So as long as that's still the understanding of what we're
Well,
looking for.
yes. I mean, I
Yeah.
think to some extent we don't need a separate Wi-Fi entity to do the meter reading and stuff like that. That you can just buy equipment and use our existing broadband, our existing access to broadband, the towns.